everybody. So glad you could join us. So we are all here to do some writing sprints because we all need to hold ourselves accountable and be able to write some.
More or less.
So,
or we just want excuses to hang out. You know?
That too. I always love hanging out with you all. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves and what you guys are working on?
Sure, I guess I'll go first. I'm Melissa. I write the Tower of Memory series and some other stuff, but predominantly Tower of Memories right now. Currently working on book 6. I'm in the middle of a giant masquerade party, so always a fun time. So that's basically where I'm at.
Fun.
Should I go next? All right. Yeah. Hi. I'm Adam Andrews Johnson. I'm the author of the Mantis variant series as well as the Hyperspace Enigma series. I write super queer horror, sci-fi. I'm working on fantasy right now. I've got some erotica coming out this month. This month. We're in April now. This month. So yeah, I'm excited about that. So yeah, woo.
Cool. I am Ellie Lieberman. I am the author of B series, and I'm currently working on book 4 of the B series.
I'm listening.
Nice. I'm Johara, and I work on fantasy, mostly queer fantasy. And right now, my main series is the last book in the Realm of Monsters trilogy. I did just finish my last novella, which will be published on the 10th, which is exciting. And I'm hoping to get this book out soon so that I can focus on a couple other books in a different universe that I've been waiting to work on. And
That's
I do
awesome.
have all of our links for our Amazon author pages in the description if anyone wanted to check out our works. So they're right down in the description if you guys wanted to check out all these amazing authors, because I've read some of their books, have more of their books on my TBR, and all of them write amazing stuff. So definitely check them out.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Johara is wonderfully supportive. He's a delight.
Definitely. And all her books are amazing as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I am so excited to. I have more books planned in the series, and I am excited to work on that. But I am gonna, after this book, I am gonna take a break from the series because there's like other books that I've been wanting to work on that the characters are like yelling at me to finally work on them. But I wanted to at least finish the main trilogy in this series first, so I'm trying to get that done.
Yep. It's good to have multiple like creative things happening so you can, look forward to what's coming next. I really enjoy that feeling. Yeah.
Yes, same. Because it's like there's just so much that I want to work on, and it's like, okay, so what do I work on now? It's like whichever characters are screaming at you the most at the time.
Yep.
100%.
Yes, and now that we finally moved and things are more settled, other than me looking for a job, I have more time to read and stuff. So I'm hoping to catch up on your guys' books. I'm so excited because I have to finish the Towers of Memories. I have Ellie's newest book plus the book I'm better reading for her. And then I have a few books of Adam's as well that he sent me that I'm excited to read. So I have so many books I'm ready to read. So
Nice.
I'm going to be busy.
Glad you're feeling more settled.
And the April's the perfect time too. I'm sorry, what?
I just said I'm glad you're feeling more settled. That's good.
Things have definitely settled down because things have been kind of hard the last few months, but now that we're moved and everything's better now, so I have time to read and write, and I'm so excited because it's Indie April, and now I can just read all these indie books that I've been wanting to read but haven't had the time to. So it's
I'm not going to have time to read this month. I'm going to be busy, but it's fine.
Yeah, things happen. Like I said, things have been busy for me until recently. So that happens. Like sometimes you have all the time in the world to read. Then other times it's like, I want to read, but I'm too busy to read. Do you guys want to start the first sprint?
Sure. Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. So it's about 2:10. So how about 40 after, half an hour? We'll come back.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Okay, awesome. Happy writing. See you back in half an hour.
See you all then.
Hello.
Hi again.
Hi.
Hello.
Ow! Hi.
Are
Sorry.
you okay?
We
Yeah,
heard that.
great. Sorry.
It's okay.
How
You're
is
fine.
everybody doing?
Yeah, how did everybody do in being sprints?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep,
Did you
plugging
guys
away.
write anything fun?
Yes.
What are you working on?
So two of my main characters are currently in the middle of a school-held masquerade party, and some
Oh,
stuff
nice,
went down
masquerade.
last chapter. There was a reveal, and we're dealing with the fallout of that, and it's oh boy.
What was
Fun.
the reveal? She asked hopefully.
I'm
What'd you
trying
say?
to figure out if I could answer your question in a way that is both honest and not spoilery. Let's
I
just
love a
say
good reveal
that
scene.
yeah. Let's just say that there's a very sensitive piece of information about Serafina that is not as secret as she would have liked it to be. And so that opens up the suspect list, we'll say.
Ooh.
Nice.
Right now, I'm like going through every piece of information I can remember about Seraphine and be like, what is it?
That's fun. I love a good twist or a good secret reveal moment. That's fun.
Me too. Those are always awesome. Always like edge of your seat, like, oh my gosh, plot twist.
And what's awesome is I wasn't
fun to read
planning on
about.
this being
And to
like
write.
a thing. And then the character said the thing, and I was like, oh no, oh bleep, what did you do?
I love when your character surprises you, like you're writing and you don't see it coming, and then you're like, oh my gosh.
I was stressed out after I read it. I'm like, oh no, this is so bad, but it's okay. I mean, it's not okay. Nothing about this situation is okay, but it's gonna be fine.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's some intense things going on in my WIP too, because with this undercover mission that's been on book 3, like Roxanne's in a lot of danger because if it slips up and that she's not actually on this Ayana, who is the villain's side, and she's actually helping the good guys, then like that's immediate like execution for her. So she has to tread very lightly, and she's not exactly good at like she's not like the others who are experienced in this life and very sneaky and stuff. But she was the only one that could do it because she's the only one that Ayana did not know of in the group. So she was like the only one that could do the mission. So it's very suspenseful because it's like, oh my gosh, is she gonna trip up? Is Ayana gonna find out the truth? And then something just happened with Rain, part of Ayana's plan as well. So that's not good.
Not Rain. How does because Roxanne deals with anxiety, doesn't she?
Yes.
So I imagine that has to be like a bit of a hurdle too with this secret mission.
Yes, she has anxiety about a few different things. The main thing probably being the mission right now, because like there's a few times where you were like in her head and she was like, oh my gosh, like what if I do something wrong? Like, and she had like these secret like training sessions with Kalista. Like Kalista's teaching her how to fight a little bit so that if she does get discovered, then she can at least maybe defend herself enough to get away. So there's that going on. She also has some anxiety because she has a boyfriend right now, but she's starting to realize that she might not be over Kalista. So she's like, oh crap, like I want to be with him, but I have feelings for her. So what do I do?
Oh dear.
So yeah, lots of anxiety going on for Roxanne. This is not a great time for her. But I want to say hi. We have someone in the audience.
Oh, hello.
Hello. So glad you guys could join us. Let us know what you're working on. But do either of you want to say a little bit going on in your works as well?
Yes,
Sure.
please share.
Do you want to go first, Adam, or?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So basically, I am trying to write I already have this moment where Ari has to go into an area that is dealing with some stuff that's not the safest to go into, but I need to write the part before that where she gets the information to go there. So that's kind of what I've been working on, which has a lot of fun interactions between her and Elsby.
I am
Which
so
is-
excited for their meeting. Like, I'm so excited for that.
Oh, it's a fabulous meeting. They're a lot of fun to write because they have so much similarities, but they keep sort of butting heads because of different associations that Elsby especially has with her. Because she's tied to Henry and Fra, and Elsby is not the biggest fan of the royal family. But
Because
basically,
it's a royal family.
and yeah, so basically Ari has to go to Elsby's to get information and help with trying to find Maybelle's father. And then Ari's also looking for her brother. And she would not willingly go to Elsby's for help at this point, but she kind of has to. And she gets to meet Gilly and Sally, which are two of which is like Elsby's family. And there's just a fun moment also because before this meeting with Elsby, Ari Ari kind of bought the brothel for Elsby in an attempt to get Gilly and Sally home. So there's a fun part where Elsby's sort of like, here to buy me another brothel, are you? And Ari's like, well, I got you your money's worth. So yeah, that's where I'm at so far.
Awesome. I use brothels in quite a few of my books, so I'm a fan of that move. Yep, that's good stuff. And I guess I'll explain what I'm doing right now. So I'm working.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. So I've got I'm working on what I'm describing as a mayhem fantasy. I love fantasy books. I love Lord of the Rings. I love that it's sort of the bedrock of what all fantasy's kind of built on since then. But there's a lot of walking in the Lord of the Rings. There are a lot of kind of slow moments. So I've decided I was going to try and write what I'm describing as mayhem fantasy, where literally every second some shit's happening. So multiple times in the so that there's three different races of beings. One is a magical race. The other two are just unique races. And what's happened is an outside race from another universe, an external reality, has come in and has started slaughtering these people and trying to take over their world. But what appears to be nature fighting back has happened several times. And I'm at another moment where quote unquote, I'm not going to tell you what's exactly happening, but nature seems to be fighting back against the outside forces. And so I made myself a note at this point to come back and really elaborate how this moment unfolds, because it really has to feel like nature is doing things, because that's what I want the characters in the story to think. That's what I want the readers to think. But I also want it to be something like, oh, sorry, my pug is freaking out a little bit. I also want it to feel like, for the reader, that there's something else that could be going on, that it may not just be nature. And because it's happened multiple times, I've hinted at it each time. And I'm hoping I'm hoping this particular instance, people will be like, is it really nature fighting back, or is this something different? So that's what I've been working on. I was really elaborating out the magical moment, shall we say. And yeah, that's what I've been working on.
I love leaving like breadcrumbs and trails for readers to follow to figure out what's actually going on in a situation.
I think a few readers are going to be like, this doesn't feel like nature magic right at the beginning. They're going to think it feels like something else. I hope a few readers do that. But this is the point where other readers who are just like plowing through it to just get through the story, I think that this is the moment that people will be like, wait a second, what is this? So yeah, I'm excited about it.
It's especially fun if you can use those breadcrumbs to trick readers. It's great.
Oh yeah, yep.
That's always
I love a good twist in the story. Oh, I didn't even mention my new clown horror book just came out, and
Oh yeah,
it's been,
congratulations.
oh, thank you. It's Clowns with Dragons, and
Oh
both
my
of those terms are actually. Oh no, we lost Johara. Oh my God. Anyways,
Oh
both
dear.
of those things are kind of misnomers. Neither are quite what they seem to be, even though that's what I'm using as my description. So yeah, that's fun. I love flipping tropes on their heads.
cool.
Oh yeah, that's always fun.
So is this mayhem fantasy that you're working on, which by the way, I love that term for it. Is it like part of a series? Is it a standalone? Is it like
It's supposed to be a standalone that's all self-contained, but I've done so much world building that I feel like I could easily add another book that's either related or adjacent to this one, but I don't have plans for it right now. My plan is to write the entire story self-contained in a single book and release it singly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens though.
And
As
2
we know,
years from now, you're gonna have 3 sequels.
it
Yeah.
could be, totally could be. Yep.
Let's not pretend that isn't how this happens.
Right. No, that's absolutely right. And it's going to be called the Next World Invasion. And Next World is the place where these other beings come from. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And so I've done world building both for Next World and for I'm calling it Earth, where they're invading. So Earth and Next World both have a lot of world building. So I could go back and write a ton more. I don't have any plan for it at the moment. Yeah.
really cool?
Yet.
Yeah, not yet. Soon. Soon we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
This I actually gave my editor the first couple chapters of this one, and he edited through all my Mantis books, my hyperspace books,
Nice.
even some of my Tamer Smut books, my clown book, and he said this by far is his favorite of my writing. So I'm pretty excited about that. Also, that felt really good. Yeah, yeah. Good storytelling, I guess. The characters are believable. The coming together. I really like fantasy, so I don't know why I haven't spent more time writing fantasy. This is totally my jam, and I'm loving it. So yeah, that's where I am.
Awesome.
I'm
I
glad
love-
you sound like you're having a ton of fun with it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I totally am. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, that is the best writing when you can just have a ball with it.
Yep. I love it.
And
And I do love writing in general, but yeah, I'm having a blast.
That's awesome. Plus, I imagine it must be exciting with this idea that you're sort of eliminating all those quieter, slower moments. That it
Yeah.
feels like it's like the stakes are always just going to be like super exciting and super high and stuff like that.
That's kind of what I wanted, just like nonstop, like almost like if you were watching an episodic TV show where you have to have some action in every episode. I've kind of done that with each chapter. Like, what if something goes wrong again and something goes wrong again and they almost get to this city, but then it fucking blows up, you know? Do that.
Do you find that it is more challenging or easier to keep up the action like that?
I'm very comfortable writing action sequences. It's the moments of dialogue that I'm like going back to and having to be like, all right, so there's nothing actually happening here. What are we talking about? How important is this?
Yeah.
What can I reveal in this moment of dialogue that makes the story still feel chaotic while it's in a lull moment? You know what I mean? So yeah.
I don't know what it is about my writing style, but sometimes the dialogue scenes are like the most chaotic when the craziest stuff happens.
Well, I think it helps that you have such chaotic characters often talking
True.
to each other.
That's awesome. Yeah, I like to try and make my characters all like sort of over the top in a specific way. Like my sensitive. Hey, Johara's back! Yay!
We were worried.
We were. My
Sorry, I
like,
was
sensitive,
having
emotional
internet issues.
Oh no.
No, yeah. We
No,
were
you're
just talking
back,
about
it's fine.
characters and stuff. Yeah, no, we're having fun. We're having a good time. So yeah.
You were talking about that you like to make your characters. You always have them like over the top in certain areas, right?
Yeah, my sensitive character is very, very sweet, very emotional, very compassionate, and I try to make all of his responses feel that way. And so when there's a moment when he's angry, that moment really stands out. And same thing with any character. I've got one character who's I don't want to call aggressive, but more like action driven.
Yeah.
And so when the outsiders invade, he's like, we got to do something. We got to make a plan. We've got to join up with rebels. We got to find somebody who's doing something like, and so that's always his reaction. And I feel like it helps to distinguish characters if you make them really wildly distinct. Also, because I've created 3 different races in this book, I constantly am going back to specific descriptions of them.
Right.
One of the races is green skinned, so I'm constantly like, and her green hand, or it was whatever, and they've got eyes that are different colors. Hey, stop! My pug is acting up today. Come here, let me say hi. She's causing trouble, so here she is. She's naughty.
Yay!
She's bad. She's so bad. She wants all the attention.
Of course.
So yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop yammering because I feel like I've talked a lot about my
It's fine.
thing.
Plus, it sounds like it's a really great literary technique too, to be able to use similar descriptions when describing the race, like throughout the book, as well, to be able to sort of like keep it in the reader's mind that this is who you're talking about, or that
Yeah.
this is like a specific emotion that keeps coming up, or stuff like that.
I found that while editing, if I didn't do that, the characters in my mind started reverting back to being humans, and they're not. They totally don't look human at all, any of them. And so that was a problem. So I realized if I just went back and said, oh, these characters are only 4 feet tall, and they tend to be really hairy, even the women, and this character, they're all green skinned, and these characters have really, really long limbs and really skinny bodies, and they're sort of like spidery looking. Like, as long as I keep saying all those things through the story in new ways and in different ways, and just anytime I talk about somebody's body part, just add a little bit of description that keeps it not human. That's helped a lot.
Nice.
I do that sometimes too. Sometimes I forget that Celica is 6 feet tall, but it's
and that's important to go back to that reminder of being like, and she's towering over somebody and whatever. Yeah, that's a good thought.
Absolutely. And it kind of like you were saying, Adam, it keeps it in the reader's mind too, that they're sort of dealing with something different than the everyday, because it is easy. I know as a reader that I sometimes forget that Celica's 6 feet tall. Or Lahari, the way you describe, I think it's Lahari in the Mantis Gland series, and the way, her appearance and everything, it just really keeps in the reader's mind who you're dealing with. And then especially with Lahari, I felt like, and also with Celica, that idea of how much their appearance, affects the way other people react to them and everything. So
Yeah.
it really cements it and roots the reader in the stories too, it feels like.
I'm glad you felt that with Lahari. That makes me really happy that you felt that, because that's a key part of what makes her who she is. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason Celica puts so much emphasis on how her and her tower are perceived, because
Do you guys?
it's a big deal to her. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You okay, Johara?
Sorry. Say again, Johara. We lost you for a second.
I think Johara is having internet issues. She seems to be frozen in a bubble of time.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, that's a bummer. Should we call it a day? Should we do another little sprint and just see if she comes back?
Johara, if you're capable, do you think you could hop into chat just because you keep freezing on us? I don't know if she can hear me.
Yeah, I don't know if she's even.
Yeah, I'm trying to message her on Blue Sky.
Oh, cool.
Perfect. Yay, technical difficulties, but it's no one's fault.
Yeah.
I am not getting a response from Blue Sky, but
No.
if it's her internet, I suppose that would kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what would you guys like to do? Would you like to?
I mean, I'm kind of up for anything, but it feels weird doing stuff on her channel when Johara's not here.
I know. I guess we either call it a day or we just do another little writing sprint and hang out for a little while longer.
She said, I'm having internet trouble. You guys can go on a 30-minute sprint to the top of the hour, and she will restart her router, and hopefully when she comes back, things will be better.
Does that make you happy? You wanna do
let's
that?
do that.
Okay. I'm fine with
Sounds
that.
good.
Yep. I'm gonna be writing anyway, so I might as well just keep hanging out.
Yeah.
All
We'll
right, so
sprint for
another
30 minutes, and then hopefully Johara's back when we come back.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I will see all of you at the other side.
be on the other side.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good to have you back.
Thanks. Yeah, I was having trouble. It was my laptop that was having issues. My laptop can be very slow sometimes, which can get a little annoying. And I guess my laptop was having issues with me being on StreamYard, didn't want to work. So right now I'm writing on my laptop, but I'm using my sister's laptop for StreamYard. So
I hope it
Hey,
works
if
better.
it's working.
yeah, hey. So whatever works. So technical issues over. Yay.
Yay.
Did everybody have another good, successful sprint?
Yes.
Very much so.
I finished my
what?
chapter.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
How many more chapters do you have of the Masquerade? Because you said before that was multiple chapters, right?
This is the 4th chapter of the Masquerade. I have another 5 to write, I think.
Oh.
Nice.
Let me double check real quick. Where are my notes? Do. Here it is. Yeah, about 5 more chapters.
So is this a novella that's part of it, or is this just a portion of the full novel?
This is a portion of the full book.
Cool.
Sounds like it's an exciting storyline.
Well, I mean, I've spent the past 2 books building to this Masquerade. It better be a good time, especially since, well,
Reveals and twists and such.
Well, and also part of it is me making up for the fact that we didn't get the previous school dance of the school year. So,
Oh, okay. Yep.
Nice.
Got to make up for lost time.
kinda.
Which I'm sure Seraphina's just thrilled with.
Yeah, she was totally excited for going even before somebody may or may not have tried to kill her tonight. So it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, the last chapter before the one I'm working on right now was this big celebration. It's a one I've been excited about since like a couple books ago in the series. Like it's like a scene I've been planning for like ever, and I'm so happy I got it written down. Like it was so fun. It was like the celebration for it's been 500 years since the realm was created, so it's and they celebrate it every year, but this year is especially special because it's the 500 anniversary of the realm. So but it wasn't just a fun celebration because they were also doing this little heist at the Queen's like building and stuff, so that was a lot of fun.
It sounds like it.
It sounds amazing.
What were they stealing?
They were trying to so it was part of Roxanne's undercover mission, and she discovered that that in the Queen's like basement she had like this plan to I think I already told Ellie about this because we were talking about it, but she had plans to like I guess in a way like bring back Marissa and Joan, who are dead, but it'll be like their spirits would be twisted, so they would attack Callista and Rain, who loved them. So it would be very heartbreaking because it'll be like hard to like kill them. So they had to try to destroy her stuff so that she couldn't bring them back. And yeah, so it would have been very bad. So they had to like sneak in there and get rid of her stuff, and before she could do something that awful. And yeah.
That's some emotional damage.
Okay, so see, you did tell me that, and it was already like, oh. And then I read your 10th novella, and now it's even more like, oh my god! Especially because of the idea that they have to destroy the only way to bring him back. Like, oh my god! As if Callista has not been through enough already.
Yeah, just wait till you read the prequel trilogy and get to see when Marissa dies. So, Yes, Ellie was like yelling at me when she started reading my 10th novella because she was better reading it, and she started yelling at me. Like, I opened her notes and it was just several messages of her yelling at me.
There was a wall of
That's
crying
notes,
emojis.
though.
Well,
Yes, there was like a huge message that was just a whole bunch of crying emojis. Like, I had to scroll for a minute to find her notes. I was like, wow.
okay, but see, I knew it was going to emotionally destroy me, and then there were like other things I wasn't anticipating that I was just like, what? And then you got to the point that I knew would emotionally destroy me, and oh my god, the one scene. Like, I don't think it's a spoiler. I'm sorry if it's a spoiler, but the scene where she has Joan in her lap and the way she's just holding her, the image in my head just, oh my god.
I think my novella broke her.
Proud of you. I'm proud of you, Jahara. It's good to hurt people.
It's the best part of what we do is getting to traumatize people.
It really is. Such a
I'm
joy.
waiting for Tower of Memories to have that like the reveal you were talking about in the Masquerade sounds like it's gonna be another moment for me. There's gonna be nothing left. I'm gonna be a shell of myself, lamenting
funny.
the characters.
That's funny.
It's not devastating. It's just stressful. It's fine.
I recently heard an expert on emotions talk about how reading fiction, not nonfiction doesn't have the same effect, but reading fiction makes us more empathetic. It makes us a better person by reading. So yeah, all this crushing of people, the trauma makes people better.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
here's the thing.
part of
It's
reader's
that
own
saying,
good.
walk a mile in another person's shoes. You're literally doing that when you read a book.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's one
Definitely.
reason I love historical fiction, because I feel like history really is all the little stories. It's not the names and the dates and everything, and it's not a timeline. It's the stories themselves. And historical fiction has this incredible capability of putting us in another person's shoes, but really bringing to life the history of different things. It's
Mhm.
amazing.
That's a good genre. Yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah, it was so fun to try because I have like actual characters who were part of history, like Joan of Arc, who she was just talking about, who died. Obviously, you knew she was gonna die because of her story. Plus, it's mentioned in the Realm of Monsters that she was gonna die, but it still really destroyed Ellie apparently. But it was so interesting.
It worse when you know, though, because
Yeah,
all the cute moments have that like overlay of like bittersweetness to it. You know?
Yeah, but it was interesting because it's like she had to fit into my universe, my world of magic and vampires and stuff. And because her relationship with Callista, like, so she's a lesbian in this story. So I had to like change some things to fit her into my story, my world, my characters. But I also wanted to make her story as authentic as her actual story. Like with her death and stuff, I did a lot of research for this last novella to make her death as closely to what actually happened as possible. And I know Ellie sent me something about a ring that apparently Joan used to wear that into battle and stuff. So I ended up incorporating that in the last novella.
Nice.
And because I wanted to make her story as authentic as possible while she's in this fantasy world.
Yeah.
I remember you and I were messaging when you were doing your research about what happens to her.
Yeah, because like I found out so many things I did not know about her. Like I remember learning in school that she like died. She was executed because she pretended to be a woman or pretended to be a man in the battle or whatever. At least that's what I was taught. That's what my mom was taught. But that's not even what happened, like at all. And I was like so blown away with her actual story. And I was like, oh my gosh! And I just wanted to make it as authentic as possible.
I recently watched a documentary about women warriors, and it had Joan of Arc in it. And one of the things that really stuck out to me about the 10th novella especially was something that they had mentioned in the documentary, which is that element of total abandonment of her, that nobody came to her help and everything, and the idea of even this idea of like the gods abandoning her and everything. And the way you captured that just felt so in line with the history of her.
I'm glad.
Wow. Wow, that's powerful.
Oh my god, there's the scene where she's looking throughout the crowd and she can't find Kalista, and then she finds Kalista. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Are you okay? Did I destroy
I
you?
don't think she's okay. Look at her. Ellie is not okay. I don't think Ellie's been okay since she read your novella.
I don't think so either.
I'm good. I'm good now. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's fine.
Well, I'm not the only one that destroys lives. Like, I'm still hurt by the end of B and the end of Mantis Variant.
Oh my god. the
Both
end
of
of
those
the-
deaths destroyed me.
Oh, I loved that character. I loved that character, just so you know.
Why?
Sorry. Sorry.
He doesn't
Oh
sound
my God.
sorry at all.
No.
But the other thing I love about your series is in book 2, the way they still talk about her and the way they
Yes.
honor her memory. It's just the carryover of that was so well done and so powerful and
Mm.
so amazing.
Aw, that's sweet.
And there's a big nod to her in book 5 also that Jahara really enjoyed and was surprised by. So yeah.
I love that.
I'm excited to read it. I still have your 3rd book is on my TBR this year.
Take your time, take your time. I always tell people to not rush, read for enjoyment, don't read to get to the end of a book. You know?
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
But I'm all caught up on his series at the moment, so yay.
Right.
But yeah, both of those deaths like destroyed me, and I think you both did a really well job about making the characters feel alive even when they weren't there. I mean, Ellie, you did that with Sarah as well, because she wasn't even introduced until book 2, but I still felt her presence in book 1, and it was like this like ghost. It's like she was there, like she had this strong presence, you know. And then in book 2, you finally get to meet her, and then you understand why she had the strong presence to begin with.
Thank you. That means a lot. It's
So explain that to me, Ellie, because I haven't read your books. So the character isn't present in the book, but they talk about her?
yeah, so in book 1, you don't ever really meet Sarah, but there's a lot of talking about her. She's one of the reasons certain things happen. She affects the story so much as to why the characters wind up where they are in B. And then in An Impossible Dream, it is essentially Sarah's story kind of explaining how events led to B.
Mm.
And then you
Cool.
have Where the Heart Is, which kind of goes back a little bit to be the Queen's story, but it incorporates a little bit of Sarah's story. And then that story ends where B begins, essentially.
Wow.
And then book 4 that I'm working on picks up where B ends, where book 1 ends. So it's sort of the sequel, and the other 2 books are kind of prequel. Sort of.
But you have to read them in that order?
No, you can read them in any order.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because she kind of wrote the series out of order, which was a very interesting thing to me, and I think she did it very well. Because like with B, tells the story of like the downfall of the king and the rebellion and everything, and then in An Impossible Dream, it's before that, and you learn about Sarah, you learn about how we got to B. Then Where the Heart is like some of An Impossible Dream is in there, but it's all in a different point of view. And then it, like she said, it ends where B begins, and then to finally see what happens after B in the 4th book, I'm so excited for, because like I've read that book so long ago, and it's like, okay, I want to find out what happens now.
Yeah, book 4 is interesting because it brings in all these characters from the other books. So B kind of is focused on Ari and Henry's point of view. Henry's the runaway prince, and Ari is this girl who's from the poorest reaches of the kingdom. And together they kind of wind up in the midst of the uprising to overthrow the king. And then their story focuses on essentially the servants in the Midgrim's castle. And so you get a little bit more of what the castle life is like rather than these areas of Midgrim itself and B. And then Clary's story, which is Where the Heart is Book 3, brings in more of the political stuff with the other kingdoms surrounding Midgrim. And then Where the Heart Is takes all the characters you kind of hear about and are mentioned and see and meet in all those books and brings them all together, combined with newer characters that explores like the other kingdoms we haven't really talked about.
Very cool.
I even have a map, which I'm not sure if you can actually see.
Nice.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think Adam's story is very interesting too, because like every book you meet new characters, and it's like you see what happens with the old characters, and then you also see how the new characters end up with where the old characters are and how they all become a family. And it's like it keeps incorporating new characters and their stories and how they end up with the main group and become a family. And I also love the fact that how you portray drag queens with everything going on in the world and how stupid people are being about them, and you make drag queens like they are in charge of this orphanage and they save the world and they're helping people, and I love it. I love it.
That's how drag queens would be in real life if they weren't being repressed all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, just let them have the White House at this point.
I'd be all down for that.
Yeah, 100%.
And like Auntie Peg, she's just awesome.
She is one of my favorites. Oh my god, I love that character.
She's the drag queen who lives inside of me. I'll be honest.
So, how are you guys' stories like going? Like, how much do you guys have planned? What is your next, like, what do you plan to write next? Are you excited for what you have planned?
Good question.
So I have probably somewhere between 15 to 20 more chapters of this book. And then the first school year will be done. Yay! Then I can start thinking about the second school year and what's going to happen with that. Oh boy.
So you've got 2 books, and it's the first half of the school year and the second half of the. Whoa! Where did those balloons come from? What just happened? I don't know how I did that. I don't know what I did.
So I'm currently working on the 6th book, which is the end of the first school year. Don't ask me why one school year took 6 books.
Okay, all right. No, that's cool.
I don't even know how that happened.
That's awesome.
I'm really very happy about it.
I'm glad you're happy about it. But I have to write 4 more years of this after this book. So I'm just like, oh God, what have I done? So, yeah. Because I know like the first couple of arcs of the second school year already. And it's going to be a thing.
Hoping to resolve things involving the knife within the first school year. Is that going to be like a carryover throughout?
I'll say this. The knife will no longer be a problem after this school year. That doesn't mean that there won't be other things that may or may not be related to it to deal with the next school year, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
Your wording worries me a little bit.
Good. I'm worried too.
How about you, Adam?
Oh, I'm plugging away. I'm 23 chapters into this mayhem fantasy that I'm writing, and I have the end planned out, but I'm not sure exactly how many. I mean, I do a lot of planning in advance, but I'm not certain how many chapters it's going to take me to write that out. So I'm just plugging away and having a good time. So yeah.
Nice.
That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah. Like I know how many chapters it's going to take to finish this section and how many chapters the next section is going to take. But as for like the ending section, I have no idea. We're just going to see what happens.
Yeah.
How about you, Ellie?
I have figured out that I think there's going to at least be 2 parts of this book. The story itself, I'm worried about being way too long, and it might wind up having to be split into 2 books, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I know what I theoretically the characters have told me is going to happen to the end of part 1, and then I have some things that I'm really excited for part 2, where the kingdoms start finally like coming together to the table to talk, and I introduce some really cool characters.
Oh.
Nice. Sounds
It does
exciting.
sound awesome.
Yes, I'm excited for what I have planned for this book. I have a lot of cool ideas, and this is the last book for the main trilogy, so that's exciting. And so I don't want to give away too many things because there is a lot of things happen, and there's still a lot of bad things to come and stuff. But I will tell you this: Kalista does get a happy ending. I think she, of all people, deserve it.
Good.
Like, I've never put a character through half of what I put Kalista through. Okay, like
Good. She's earned this, okay? Yes.
she has been through so much, and like we were talking about the 10th novella. That novella got dark, and like in the second book of the
That's
trilogy, I had like 10 full flashbacks. I think it was like around 10. In a row of her past, so that you understood what she went through and how she became a vampire, how she escaped, and how she met Marissa and all that. But in this novella, you actually learn a very dark part of her past that was never mentioned before, and it got a lot more dark than even I knew it was gonna. So I was not expecting that. But so I think I have like 20-ish chapters left in this book, and this book is going to be a chunker. Ellie had agreed to better read it, so I'm sorry, but it's going to be a chunker, okay?
I am so thrilled with the chunker.
Honestly, I think last books in the series maybe just kind of need to be.
Honestly, yeah, because there's so much going on,
There's
and it's
so
like
many things.
yes, like
So many things.
I've been writing this book, and it's like I feel like there's so many things that I still have to do and stuff for. Like, I want to make sure each character's story is completed, and I have a pretty decent sized cast of characters because I introduce more characters later on. So it's like I want to give everyone their story and stuff, and it's like there's just so much to do to finish off everyone's individual stories, and it's like, oh my gosh.
That's kind of what I'm doing with the Masquerade. Is like she's dancing with a bunch of characters, and that dance is kind of acting as like the capstone to a lot of characters' arcs, which is why it needs to be 9 chapters for Masquerade. But yeah, this is what I have so far of book 6, and I still need like 10 to 20 chapters or something crazy to get this done.
Wow.
Okay.
Awesome.
According to Word, I have 686 pages so far, and I still have like 20 more chapters to write.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Wow.
That's definitely a risk.
So you're in for a long ride, Ellie. Like
I am so thrilled.
Ellie's
I love
probably
those
seeing
things.
this and is just like, I see no problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm perfectly thrilled. All of your books, all 3 of you write so phenomenally. The more I can get of your characters and your stories, the more I will take.
honestly,
Thank
I feel
you.
the same way too. I love all 3 of your stories, and like I love big books as well because there's just so much more to read, and it's like. So I definitely feel that. Do you guys want to do another sprint? Are you guys up for another one?
I
Put another one.
Okay.
mean, maybe.
I think I need to call it a day, but thank you so much for letting me be part of it. And I hope you have
Yes.
another wonderful sprint, even without me.
Of course. I'm so glad you could join us.
Thank you for hosting, Johara. I'm going to take off, but have a great rest of your day. And it was
too.
awesome talking to you. And yeah, bye, friends. Bye.
You too.
So are you gonna be able to do another sprint?
I mean, I have the time to. Let's see if I can at least start the next one. Usually I like to edit between chapters, but
I mean, you can also edit during the sprint. You don't have to write during it.
yeah, but I like taking like an hour break between finishing a chapter and starting to edit it so I can like
Yeah.
evaluate it more objectively, I guess is the word.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
But let's new Word document. Folders within folders. Okay, there we go.
Do you use a new Word document for every chapter?
Yes.
Is that specifically because it is posted as like episodes, or is
Yes.
it just like you're writing? Okay, cool. Very cool.
Yeah. It was easier to upload them one chapter at a time if they were in individual Word documents. And then I have a document that's all of the completed chapters together.
Right.
So that's how I know how far along I am.
That's interesting.
And the intermissions are also in their own separate Word documents, and they're in the same folder for each book.
Very cool. I love your intermissions.
Good. I think I know what intermissions I'm going to have for this book. I have at most 3.
Nice.
I'm hoping I can figure something else out, but we'll see what happens with that.
I don't think I could do that. Like, I just feel better when it's all together, and then I also tend to go back a lot in case I forget something or something. Like when I started writing today for these friends, it'd been a hot minute since I worked on this book because I wanted to finish my last 2 novellas. So I had to go back. I was like, okay, what did I write last? What's going on right now? Because I didn't even remember.
I mean, I tend to have like a greater separation between chapters, so I think that partially helps. I don't know.
I feel like a lot of my chapters sometimes end off in cliffhangers.
That's a good thing, though.
Yeah. I know when
That's
Ellie
the
was
problem.
reading my 10th novella, she said that she couldn't put it down because I kept ending the chapters on cliffhangers, so she had to keep reading because she wanted to know what happens next, and she couldn't put it down because I just wouldn't stop with the cliffhangers.
I also feel like it really, like the cover of your novella really captured that element of your writing as well, with the idea that you're following the 2 characters, but they're kind of like split with what they're doing.
Oh,
it
I'm
made
glad
a
you
lot
think
Made a lot of sense to have like the way the cover's laid out just matches that perfectly.
I'm glad because I was so confused how I was gonna do this cover because I was like, but there's 2 different stories going on for most of it until the end when Khaleesi's trying to save Joan and fails sadly, and it's like there's so much going on and they both have their own stories apart from each other throughout this book, and it's like, what do I do for the cover? So I ended up just finding 2 images that had the same vibe that I felt like went with the characters and just putting them together.
Perfect.
That makes a lot of sense.
Do you know who you're gonna have as the person on your cover for this upcoming Tower of Memories?
I know what book 5's cover is going to look like. That's still something that needs to be worked on. I have no idea what I'm going to do for 6. I'm just going to be honest with you. I have no idea.
You did all of the dragons already, right?
Yeah, book 5 is going to have Russell, so that'll be all the dragons. So I don't know what 6 is going to have. That's definitely something I'm going to need to think about once it's done.
Yeah. I have no idea what I'm going to do for the cover of book 4. I have
Wow.
ideas, but I don't know how I'll exactly like pull it all together type of thing.
I love how you do your covers for this series, like the way you just grab random things and take a picture of them and it's a different way that I've ever seen a cover being done, but I think it's just so brilliant. And it's so cool and authentic and just so unique, and I absolutely love it.
That means so much. Thank you. I have a lot of fun doing that and coming up with what to put in and everything like that.
Nice.
Well,
All
you've
right.
said that this book for you is basically all of your other books' storylines smashing together, right? Maybe you should grab like objects from each cover.
That is definitely part of what is kind of like in the works, but it's also so like each of the covers have different backgrounds which kind of work out. So like B's cover is like all wooden and everything, and Impossible Dream is all like stone, and then where the heart is all paper. And so the question then becomes also like, what is going to be the background for when morning comes? And the ideas I've been playing with are like glass like a window, or grass like, green like grass, or something like that. And grass is definitely going to be easier when it comes to pulling together individual items, whereas like window glass would not work.
I think grass would be prettier.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I think that would look really nice. I already have the cover for the Queen of Monsters. I just haven't, done a cover reveal for it yet.
I'm excited to see it.
So yeah. And I am pretty happy with it actually, because it's gonna be a picture of Ayana, because it's called like the Queen of Monsters, because like she's taking over the realm in this book, and so it's actually a picture of Ayana and what she's supposed to look like. And I've had it for a while. I just, because this book is taking me so long, I haven't done a cover reveal yet. But I'm actually planning a cover reveal kind of soonish. So
Very cool. I'm looking forward to it.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So you guys ready for the sprint?
Sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, we'll come back. It's 4:01 my time, so we'll come back at 4:31.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Happy sprinting.
Happy sprinting.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How did you guys' sprints go?
Okay. I
Really
did
well.
start the next chapter.
Ooh, yeah.
Got a decent chunk on.
Nice. Anything you want to share with how it's going?
Sure. I mean, so last chapter was basically like Jarek's section of this. This one is Anubis's. So
Ooh.
already there's just like Seraphie's just like, I am so not in the mood to deal with you right now.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, I feel that. How about you, Ellie?
Yeah, it was going really well. It's a bit of an info dump at the moment, and I probably will be moving information around to make it less so, but it's going really, really well. I'm like in the flow, and the information and the interactions are going perfectly.
That's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I am in a scene with Rain and Josiah, and Rain is revealing a part of their past that I didn't even know, which is making me more excited for the prequel trilogy because, like, I'm excited to write the dynamic between Rain and Ayanna now because they have a completely different dynamic than the one you've seen Ayanna have with Kalista, which is
Really?
exciting. Yeah, like there's this one like they're just explaining like because hold on, there's just this one little part where they're talking and do you mind if I share this little scene real quick? It's not
Do
a
it.
whole scene, it's just so Rain's talking and they say Kalista told me she could never get close to Ayanna. It's like there was the border that kept them apart, unlike Astoria who connected with her vastly easily. When I met the commies, Kalista and I did not originally get along. Marissa and I became close, but Astoria was scared of me for reasons. But Ayanna, we connected from the moment we met. She was so impressed by me and made me feel like I wasn't this evil creation. I was the only person that could get her to open up, including her own family. Ayanna and I spent hours talking and practicing our magic and battle training. Marissa, Elijah, Kalista, Astoria, they all would describe Ayanna as hard and cold and distant and angry, even as a child. But I didn't see that side of her. All I saw was a girl who didn't feel like she belonged, and I related to that. I loved her, and I believed that she loved me. I still do.
Aww.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I thought you would find that interesting considering Kalista's dynamic with her, which is vastly different. And so it's gonna be interesting because I did not realize that they were close until literally this moment. So now writing the prequel trilogy is gonna be very interesting because I have so many ideas that I did not have because Rain never told me this part of their story. So it's like now it's like, yeah, Rain was close to Marissa from the get-go, which you kind of figured out. But knowing that Rain wasn't actually close to Kalista at first, and the fact that they were close to Ayanna at first, and it's like what happened has got to be kind of interesting. So now I'm excited for that dynamic.
And it brings in like a whole new complexity to both Ayanna's character as well as the response to what Ayanna has done and is currently doing.
Yeah. Because Ayanna's kind of going heavy on both Kalista and Rain. And it's like, Kalista never got close to Ayanna, so she's not as hurt by Ayanna's actions. But now Rain is actually really hurt because it's like they loved her in a way that no one else ever really did.
You know, it's also really interesting because you would, on one hand, kind of think Kalista would be able to relate to Ayanna in the feeling of not belonging and everything. But it like also totally makes sense that it's Rain who could connect with Ayanna when you talk about it like that.
Yeah, because like, yeah, Kalista never felt like she belonged, but it was more in the sense of she was kind of born in the wrong era.
Yeah.
You know? And with Rain, they are this new creation who was made to do evil. And they have extreme power. Kalista might be the main character, but Rain is by far the most powerful character, okay? They can do, like, they can be very dangerous if their power was used for evil, okay? Like, they could just, as in the Vampire's Creation, you find out that Rain is the only person that even Thana is scared of.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And Thana is terrifying. Just ask Ellie. Like, he is terrifying.
He is a terrifying character.
And Rain is the only one that he's even scared of. So that just shows how powerful they are. And so it's very, and I think that's why they have this thing, because it's like Rain doesn't feel like they belong in that sense. And
Right.
Ayana is a part of the Kami family, which you find out. Actually, I'm not sure if this part is a spoiler or not, but let's just say you find out more about Marissa's past as well. And Ayana connects more with Marissa's family than who Marissa actually is. That probably doesn't make much sense, but I don't want to get too spoilery.
Makes a lot
You're
of sense. Also, I imagine, by the time you're looking at Rain coming into the story, and even by the time you're seeing Ayana interact with Calista already has this sense of belonging with Marissa, Elijah, and Astoria, too, that I think would offer a bit of separation, it feels like, to
Yeah.
that feeling of not belonging to this group that Calista has finally found a sense of belonging to.
Yes, Kalisa definitely found more of a belonging with Joan as well, even though Joan is gone by the time Rain is introduced. And then with the commies, she's definitely comfortable, and the sanctuary has really become a home to her. But Rain is like new. Like, even though they are like, even though they're like fully grown, like they look fully grown, like they technically only like a couple days old when you first meet them in the prequel. Okay, they were created fully grown and stuff, so they definitely don't feel like they belong in this world, and especially with the fact that they were created for evil, so they had to kind of choose which side, because Marissa saw good in Rain, so they kind of had to choose which side that they even wanted to be a part of and stuff. And it was a lot of, it's going to be a lot of like emotional stuff for Rain. Like, Rain doesn't know what to do. Rain doesn't know what to believe and stuff. And I think this connection with Ayana will be very interesting, especially for Ayana's character more so, just because from what we've seen of her and stuff, not just in the original trilogy, but in like prequels, when you see her with Calista and Astoria and stuff, it's like, you see Astoria, who's the sweet little girl who's very happy and very close to Calista and very sweet and stuff. And then there's Ayana, who's like just hard as nails, like doesn't believe in any of this, who's a lot more like her aunt, who's evil, Marissa's sister, and she has a more connection to her and like she's always been more drawn to the dark side. And I feel like Rain definitely struggles with that, and I feel like Calista does too. But Calista shows that part of herself to Marissa, not to Rain, not to Astoria and Ayana. So Ayana didn't really see all of Calista in a way, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
And because Calista was also always more secretive, so like she always kept things to herself.
Especially in like the novella The Shadow, where you really get to learn more about Marissa and you get to see Marissa's sister. It feels like bring all that in.
Yeah, definitely. Give me 1 minute, please. Sorry.
For you to be on your screen.
Well, now what?
So, with the masquerade, I saw you, I think we talked a little bit, or you posted online about the fact that you're kind of having fun with like the clothing and everything.
Yes, that's been, because obviously it's a masquerade. Everybody's wearing masks, and all of the masks were made by Celica except for Seraphina's mask. Seraphina made her own mask, but Celica made the mask for the rest of Dragon Tower. Seraphina literally went, someone has to do it. I'm just going to give the task to Celica and not deal with this. This is not my problem.
Seems like the perfect person to do it.
Right. That's why she doesn't even like explain herself to Celica at first. She's just like, do you want the boys to do it? Like, it's either you or like Fethris does it. And let's be honest, you're not going to want anyone else to do this.
I'd kind of be curious to see what masks Fethris would come up with.
If anyone could find a way to put like a live bug and attach it to leather, but you know, it's
Magic.
uh, no, it's been fun to do outfits for everybody and masks and stuff. You know, who picks what colors is always a fun conversation to have.
Definitely. Especially sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think like because writing these huge celebrations can be so much fun because it's like yeah, there's like I was talking about my celebration. There's that heist going on. Yours has like all this suspense going on as well, and it's like so yeah, there's a lot of suspenseful things going on even during a celebration. But it can be also fun to like figure out what the scenery looks like and what the people are wearing. Because I actually had 2 celebrations in this book alone, and it was very fun trying to figure out like how everybody looks and stuff.
Yeah.
And I actually had a Day of the Dead party in mind because of Khaleesi's Mexican heritage. And it was very fun, like, because they wear masks too, like in Masquerade, because there's like skeleton kind of themed stuff. And it was very interesting to come up with that kind of stuff. And I'm so excited to read your Masquerade chapters because I'm sure they're going to have these same vibes and they're going to be so fun to read about, even if they are a little stressful.
Definitely.
I mean, that's just kind of how Tower Memories is. It's like, yay, we're all having fun, but oh man, something really bad's gonna happen.
Oh my gosh, that's my series too, I swear.
Both are amazing at that balance of tension and fun and like sweet moments but dark moments. Like you guys strike the perfect balance in your writing. It's incredible.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you have like all dread and suspense and darkness all the time, eventually your reader is going to become numb to it and it's not going to have any weight anymore. So you absolutely need like these moments of just friends hanging out and having fun and like, you know, because like if Seraphina was miserable the entire time, she would just leave. So having the sense of like there is actually something here that's worth all of the nonsense she's putting up with, you know. Yeah, Nubis sucks, but these are the best friends she's ever had.
And I also feel like you also remain true to your characters in that sense, because at the end of the day, they're a bunch of high schoolers, right? Like they're just a bunch of teenagers, and even in the worst of circumstances, teenagers are gonna teenage, right? Like,
yeah. Like she's literally having this petty catty argument with this other teenager right now, despite everything else that's going on.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Always love Seraphina's banter and sarcasm.
Oh yeah, it's you know there's a reason we open with a line of Seraphina being very sarcastic.
Oh yeah, great introduction to the character.
Yeah, sarcastic characters can be so much fun.
Says the person who wrote Sassy Joan in especially the last 2 novellas.
She became so sassy. You can definitely tell that Khaleesi rubbed off on her a little bit because when she was first introduced, she was not half as sassy. But then being around Khaleesi all the time, like that last 2 novellas, she was just so sassy towards Khaleesi. That was hilarious.
But see, like both of you guys do this where you have these like characters that are almost on equal footing in terms of the like banter and the sarcasm, which makes it even more fun to read. It's so great. But I feel that way too about like that sort of dynamic between Celica and Seraphina, especially when they're interacting.
Well, and part of that kind of feeds into it because you can kind of get the sense that they're both having fun when they're sassing each other. Which is why they do it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Family Day where you got Lucinda into the mix, and Celica's mother is just like, "Oh no, not you again." And you can just feel like this like very similar dynamic between Celica and Seraphina.
Yeah, you definitely get the sense of like, oh, this is going to be them in 30 years. Oh boy. Yeah.
So, question: what's your favorite thing about the book you're currently working on. It can be like a scene, a storyline, a character. It can be anything. Just your favorite thing that you've loved writing.
Oh, that's a hard question.
I can't answer that question. There's no way for me to answer that question that isn't spoilery. I'm sorry.
Oh
Oh my gosh. Are you sure? I mean, I don't mind spoilers.
The thing I'm most looking forward to writing is like all of the things that are going to lead into that are what's giving me the most joy.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I don't want to say anything about that scene when it happens because I think the surprise is going to be worth it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think for myself, it's bringing in all these characters from the 3 other books to finally start interacting more and to have readers finally like meet some of these presents that you haven't fully gotten to appreciate yet.
Yeah.
Because like there is the character Mulvinius that's introduced in Where the Heart Is as this sort of the like star-crossed lover of Clary. And I kind of feel like readers might think that he's not nearly as wonderful as she's remembering him. And then to like have him be like, oh no, he is as wonderful as she was remembering him.
Aww.
The idea of like, so Maybelle has this big family and she's got 8 older brothers.
Oh no.
And to get to like finally bring in the brothers and her father and to get to see like a little bit of what Maybelle actually is like when she's not feeling completely overwhelmed by the environment of the castle kitchen is just so much fun. And one of the brothers may have a connection with Gracelyn and she gets a little bit of what she deserves, but you find out like so much more about Gracelyn's past and there's like characters tied to her that is like very briefly mentioned, sort of blink and you miss it type of stuff that gets to be brought in as well. And so I'm having a lot of fun with that, getting more of the backstory in and getting all these characters together to interact to finally get a sort of fuller image of not just the world itself, but the characters you've already met.
I love that because, like, I love Maybelle and Gracelyn. I don't think I talk about them as much just because of my love for Elsbeth, but I love Maybelle and Gracelyn as well, and I'm so excited to get more of them because they were always a little bit more background characters at times.
Absolutely.
And I definitely love the idea of them really being able to shine on their own. Like, I'm so excited for that.
I feel like Gracelyn's a character that kind of slips through the cracks, and she kind of has to be in the first few books. And this time, you get so much more of her, and yeah, she's been through the ringer.
Well, I'm excited. For me, I mean, there's like scenes I love writing. Like I love writing that celebration I talked about. I have this one fight. The final fight between Rain and Thana, I'm very excited for. Like, that's good. That's going to be big. Okay? I'm so excited.
He's kind of like, isn't Thana kind of like Rain's Caleb in a way? Like,
yeah, I think so. Like, Thana definitely tormented Kalista a lot, but it was definitely more Caleb. Thana was kind of basically just resurrecting her while Caleb was trying to turn her into a vampire. So, like, Thana didn't actually do that much to her, but Thana's definitely more, and that's definitely something I definitely want to show in the prequel trilogy as well once I finally do work on that. Like, the reason why Thana's afraid of Rain, the reason why Rain is so, like, hatred of Thana, like, why they hate him so much, like, what the heck happened between them, because that's something that hasn't actually really been mentioned yet, but it's definitely something you will see in the prequel trilogy once it's worked on. But honestly, I think one of my favorite things that I've been writing is it has to kind of do with the undercover mission a little bit because I've loved Roxanne's growth. Like, she started out so, like, sweet and a little bit naive because she was new, because even though she's a werewolf, like, she was born in the mortal realm. She's never been to the monster realm, but she never felt like she belonged in the mortal realm, despite the fact that her werewolf family all live there and they feel like they belong. She doesn't want to have to hide like they do. And they're all comfortable with it, but she never was. And so she finally goes to the monster realm, so excited to be able to live a full, authentic monster life, be able to, like, there's a couple times, because she ends up leaving the monster realm pretty soon after because she ends up helping this group and they have to go to the mortal realm. But now that she's back, there is a good section of the story that's focusing on her being able to truly live the authentic monster life she's been wanting to live her entire life. Like, one of the things she always wanted to do was be able to run down the street in her wolf form.
Right.
And she does that. You get to see her purchasing her first carriage and be able to really live this life, see her in her castle, like truly see her living the life she's always dreamt of. And she definitely grows because, like, she was always like you remember Roxanne in the first book. She was like, definitely didn't have much of a backbone, but she's like standing up to Kalista more, and she's not really willing to take the crap anymore. And she's definitely has this really interesting growth that's kind of slow going, but you can kind of see it's coming along. And I'm actually really loving writing her growth.
That is so awesome. Character growth.
That sounds amazing.
The
And
best.
the undercover mission has a lot to do with her growth as well, because she's in this big part of the mission. And it's like, it's dangerous and stuff. And like I was explaining earlier, like, she's not the sneakiest because she's new to this kind of life. But the way she's handling it, despite the fact that her anxiety does get the best of her sometimes, like, she's actually handling it really well, despite everything. And I think the undercover mission does help with her growth. It helps her get more confidence in herself and stuff. And like, she definitely has more confidence when it comes to Kalista as well, which is good for them to be able to be together. Like, she needs more confidence, and like Kalista definitely needs
to stand up to her.
Yes, and Kalista definitely needs to accept how she feels, because she still feels like she's betraying Joan. But she finally has admitted how she felt. But just as she was ready to admit how she felt, Roxanne gets a boyfriend. So, because Roxanne came up, Roxanne was like, "Oh, she's never gonna feel the same way. I'm just going to move on." But now Kalista wants to be with her, but is still afraid to because she has so much trauma and because of Joan and everything. So that's still a work in progress, getting her to like, but she's definitely like, she's come a long way. And like, she was even just like, I think it was just this past chapter, she was a little flirty with Roxanne, which is a whole new level for her. So
good for her.
She's finally getting to the point where she's like, she's understands that like Joan's never coming back, and it's okay to move on. It's okay to be happy. It's like, it took her a long time after Marissa and Joan to realize that she deserves to be happy. And she's finally feeling that way with Roxanne, and she's finally letting herself feel that way without feeling guilty.
And I'm sure Joan wouldn't want her to be miserable for the rest of eternity.
Definitely not.
I think that, Roxanne feels like somebody Joan would have approved of, right? Would have been like, yeah, that's a good match for you.
Yeah. And I think, because it's so interesting going from Kalista, like, I've been working on Kalista and Joan's dynamic for so long, and it's like very interesting to go from that to Kalista and Roxanne's dynamic, because it is different, but you can still tell how Roxanne is a good match to Kalista, just in a different way.
Kalista kind of has a type, in my opinion. Like, person who, wants to do good by society and has a good heart and like just wants to do the right thing. Just it like perfectly aligns in some cases with Joan. And the idea of like the growth and development of being able to be more confident, and also the idea of being able to like appreciate the fact that you might not be able to do something the way other people would accomplish this mission, but you can do it in your way. Like, just sort of perfectly like aligns with all of that, it feels like.
Yes, because I think Joan is what Kalista needed back then, because she was like, even though she was like, she's a saint and she believes very highly in her gods and stuff, which is very different than Kalista, she was also, even though she might not have been as sassy as she became later on, she was definitely fierce. and was
Oh yeah.
and stood up to Kalista from the get-go, and they definitely had that from the very beginning. And Roxanne wasn't like that at the beginning, and I feel like Roxanne is what Kalista needs now, someone who's more on the sweet side, who still has a good heart, but more kind and more not as much of a fighter, because Kalista needed a fighter back then when so much hell was going on, but now she's, after this, obviously, because there's a hell going on at the moment, but other than that, like, she needs someone who is more on that scale to tone her down a little bit and make her believe that she's worthy of love and happiness, because it's taken her a long time to really admit that she's deserves it and that it's okay to want that for herself.
Right. Absolutely.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to write, and I'm so excited because I already know, like, I'm just so excited to, like, for them to finally get their happy ending, because Kalista deserves it more than anything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, all the stuff she's been through. Plus, I imagine that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I guess there is one scene that was a lot of fun to write. Now that I'm thinking about it, that is done. That isn't spoilery, and that's, Dragon Tower decides to host a small snowball fight with, that's them in the outer circle, basically.
Oh my god, that has to be so awesome.
It was fun.
Oh, that is so great. I love when you have all of them interacting together. Like, the individual interactions or the characters by themselves are great, don't get me wrong. But I so love when their individual chaos comes together, and those moments where it's just like them hanging out and getting themselves together.
It's not an additive property. When the more of them you get together, the more chaotic they collectively be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
And
great.
I love it because, like, all three of our stories could get pretty dark. Like, there's so much going on. It can be very intense, very suspenseful. But whenever we do have those lighthearted moments between friends or family or even romance, sometimes they can be very sweet. Like an Impossible Dream. Sarah was going through some hell sometimes, but that scene with her and Fra was so sweet and so adorable. I'm sure you know what scene I'm talking about. And it was like, it was nice because it's like, you need, like we were talking about earlier, we need those lighthearted moments, because not only so it's not all dark, but also because the characters deserve it. Sometimes they're going through so much hell, they definitely deserve these lighthearted moments. One of my favorite lighthearted moments to write was the Day of the Dead dance, because it wasn't as suspenseful as the other celebration, and it was like, and it also was like a turning point for Kalista and Roxanne, because they were planning it together and stuff. And then they went to the dance together. And this might be a tad spoiler, but I'm going to share it anyways. They do kind of kiss in that, have their first kiss.
Oh, yay!
But then Kalista runs away, and then Roxanne sees the boy that liked her and decided to kiss him. When Kalista was like, I was talking to Rain, and she was like, "Okay, fine, you're right. I like her." And she goes back to Roxanne, and then to see Roxanne, like, it gets very. But for a moment, it was happy. Okay, for a moment it was happy, but then it ends not so happy.
No,
I'm lucky that Allie doesn't live closer to you, because I feel like she would read one of these scenes and then just like show up at your house and be like, "Why have you done this?"
Yes, the distance is a blessing for both of you. Just so you know.
Just be glad we don't live near her, because I can totally see that too. I can totally see, like, knock knock. I answer the door. It's like, why did you do this?
Oh, you're at that part. Yes, I'm at that part. I read something recently about trauma that talked about the fact that you are not yourself when you are dealing with trauma. The survival mode you go into is not always who you are. And I feel like in writing these stories, those quieter moments also sometimes allow for the character to shine through in a way that they might not be able to when constantly bombarded with the darkness and the trauma. that in some cases you get to see who the characters truly are in those quieter, softer moments.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much of you can be when you're, fighting for your life in a situation. But who you are when you're, surrounded by your friends and the people you trust the most in the world, like that's the real you.
Absolutely.
There's no masks there.
And so, like in book 4, when it comes to Maybelle's family, Maybelle was very young when she first came to the Castle Kitchens, and she was dealing with the grief of losing her mother and her family breaking up. And she was horrifically bullied. And so the Maybelle you see all throughout An Impossible Dream is not necessarily the Maybelle her brothers know. And to have her back in this, sort of getting back with her father and getting back with her brothers, you kind of get to see the Maybelle she was before it all happened, which I think is going to surprise readers a little bit, but also surprise the characters. And in Water's Edge, there's a point where the main character goes back into town and she runs into an old friend. And it's kind of like reverting back to their 14-year-old selves in a way, and not for the best in that idea too. So the idea of getting to see him both inside and outside of current and past trauma is interesting interplay.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for that storyline of Maybelle's. And I feel like you can say the same thing with Callista, because I feel like she can be a completely different person when she's with Marissa or Rain or Isabella and Henry, because I feel like they see a part of her that she doesn't show anybody else. And I feel like, and that makes me so excited for Maybelle's story. And maybe Lil Sax is like, oh no, she used to be this fun person until all this trauma happened, which I guess you can say about Callista too, because and it's like, we put our characters through so much, they would probably hate us if they knew us.
Absolutely. And I get the similar feeling of when Serafina talks about what happened to her in the human high school, and with that one friend of hers that lives across the street.
Yeah, I think. Well, here's the thing, right? We first meet Serafina a year off from that event, so. And I feel like you definitely get the sense in hindsight that she might be a tad bit depressed in book 1. just a tad bit still from it. And as, her bonds with Jack and Tower deepens, she starts to kind of revert back to who she probably was back then.
Was that something you were aware of when you were writing book 1, or was that something you came to understand about Serafina looking back on it?
Yes and no. I always knew that there was something that kind of pushed Serafina to trying magical school, because it became pretty clear quickly with her personality that she is content to let situations just kind of sit if they're okay. So I definitely had the feeling that something kind of pushed her over the edge. So she, it's not super obvious, but Serafina has a dreadful habit of running from anything she thinks she can get away with running from.
I can see that.
So that's kind of what coming here is her continuing to run from a certain problem that she didn't want to face. But I didn't know the exact details of the problem until a bit later.
Oh.
I in An Impossible Dream, there was a point where Sarah gets a little drunk and talks to Hayward, and she has this thing she says about the fact that she thinks that when she first came to the castle, she was just sort of done with everything. She was just over everything. And it was something that I hadn't realized about her until that moment. And then when I went back and reread everything, I went, oh no, it's clear as day. It's right there that she was just sort of I'm done with this. But with Serafina, in terms of running, I feel for me at least, the areas I really see that is with her dad and interactions with her dad, where her dad kind of not makes her talk about stuff, but kind of makes a safer environment, I guess, where he can push a little bit more to be like, I feel like you're not telling me everything.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing about Victor is that Victor knows better than anyone how Serafina thinks. You know,
Yeah.
like there's definitely an argument that those two kind of speak their own language. That Lucinda understands but doesn't actually speak herself. If that
Right.
makes any kind of sense. Because to me, I always got the sense that, you know, from basically the moment she came home and hugged him, he picked up that something was wrong, that something was bothering her, which is why he repeats "Welcome home" when in that, you know, scene. You know,
Yeah.
he says it twice because he is relatively confident that she needs to hear it.
Yeah, I could see that. My mind went specifically to when the two of them go hiking, and it's just sort of the two of them in that moment, and he's like, "So," and Serafina's like, "Damn it."
And we also kind of get a bit of that in this book too. We find out that Serafina's not been calling her parents as often as she has been, and that alone has ticked off Victor that maybe something's up.
Raising a few
But she
red
doesn't want
flags.
to call her because he will know.
Yeah,
I
And
boy,
tries to
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just say I do love those dynamics, that two characters that are extremely close, and it's like they do kind of have this like secret language sometimes, this bond that nobody else understands. I feel like Sarah and Elspie might have that a little bit just because I feel like they were very close, and it's
I
like
could
I
see
feel like
that.
Elspie understood Sarah better than anyone else.
yes, and I
And
totally see that in your books too. There's always those like super close relationships that you manage to write that has that sort of doesn't have to say a word to communicate type of deal.
I definitely feel like Kalisa and Marissa have that, especially since it was confirmed that they were literal soulmates.
Yeah. 100%.
Aw.
And it's also that other dynamic also because within those things it's kind of like the other character knows and can give what that other character needs too. Like Marissa is so good at being like clearly Kalista needs to loosen up or clearly Kalista needs to talk to somebody in this moment.
Yes.
That's sort of inherent knowing, intuitiveness.
Yes, I feel like you see Kalisa and Rain having that kind of relationship in the third book as well, because there's so many times where Rain goes to Kalisa and be like, "Okay, what are you hiding? What are you not telling me? What do we need to talk about now?" And Kalisa's just like, "Man, could you not know me for like 2 seconds?"
Oh yeah.
That's their dynamic in this book. I think you'll love it.
I am so looking forward to it. So very much.
That sounds delightful.
Yes, I have definitely loved writing their story because Rain wasn't introduced until the second book, and
You fall in love with them immediately.
I'm glad, and because it's funny because Rain wasn't actually going to become a main character. Rain was only going to help them with what they needed. And then I ended up just loving Rain's character, and Rain ended up revealing about their past with Kalista that made me like, okay, this character is kind of awesome. I need to have them on longer. And then they ended up becoming a fan favorite, apparently.
Yeah, very much so. Especially because of their like interactions and relationships with Kalista. I think it really helps when you have like this established character and this other character comes in and you're just like, okay, I am sold solely based off the way you two are interacting right now.
Yes, I do love that. I'm so excited. Another thing I'm excited to write for the prequel trilogy is the trio of Kalista, Rain, and Marissa. Once the three of them really connect, it's gonna be awesome. They're gonna be like a power trio. Like, do not go near them. Like, they will just destroy you.
Oh yeah. I feel like also both of you, one of the things I love about just as a reader is when you can open up a book and get started and like you instantly know who the characters are the moment they hit the page. And I feel like both of you guys do that just so brilliantly from the introduction to just throughout the entire series.
I think you do too. I know when you meet both Ari and Sarah, it's like you get this vibe about them. and it's like you definitely understand them from the get-go. And then with Henry, it's a little bit different because it's like he had a totally different vibe when you meet him in B than he did in Impossible Dream, and it just shows how much trauma he goes through. And then I feel like even though you find out about some of his trauma in Impossible Dream, you don't really, it's like you see it more in Where the Heart Is, and then you just feel for it more because of the point of view changes and stuff. Because like in Impossible Dream, you're mostly with the servants, and then in Where the Heart Is, you're with like the queen and the princess and stuff. So you really get to see him more, and it's like, so his vibe changes throughout, which I think is also amazing because you definitely show how he went from the little happy boy to the very depressed runaway prince that he became. And it's like you show that wonderfully.
Yeah. I feel like both he and his mother have sort of a downward spiral of development.
Whereas Ari and Sarah, even though they go through so much, like they have like more of an upward spiral, if that makes sense. They still go through like a lot of hell and stuff, but they definitely go more up, whereas Henry and Clary definitely go more down, which is very upsetting. And it's like, I know there's some scenes that just make me like so sad when reading your book. Like, I know we were talking about how dark my last novella got, and where the Heart Is, and even an Impossible Dream a little bit got that dark, where there was mentions of some, you know.
Yeah, there is definitely dark stuff I write about involving abuse and assault and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's just very upsetting and stuff. And it's like, but you write it so well, so that and I love how because it's like you deal with it so. You focus on, because like in Where the Heart Is, you don't even see the king that often, and it's very interesting because like he's doing so much to people, especially Clary, and it's like you so focus on how Clary feels about all of it, which is very nice because I feel like there's so many times where people focus more on the abuser than the abused, and I love how you don't even actually see him that often.
Right. It was something I was very cognizant about in writing these things. I wanted to focus more on the people who are affected by rather than the abusers themselves. I feel like a lot of our conversations tend to center the perpetrators rather than the survivors. And it's something I felt like you did really well in your last novella as well. And I feel it's like something you also do in Tower of Memories when you talk about, especially like what Lucinda and her sister have been through.
Yeah. But it's just it's a nice dynamic because I feel like Clary goes through so much, and you definitely see that, and you know and it's so interesting because even in B you don't actually see the king that often, or in An Impossible Dream, in none of the books you actually see him that often, and it's so an interesting dynamic to go from like you see all these terrible stuff he does, and it's like you never humanize him, which I also like because there's also so many times where people try to sympathize with the villain too much, be like, oh, they're acting this way because of a bad past, and I know we were talking about this before, Ellie, but it's like I'm a firm believer that you can have a bad past. It's like I'm sorry for the person you were when you were going through that, but that doesn't excuse for the person you are now doing what you are doing to other people.
Right, and I mean that was a big thing for me personally when it came to talking about some of this stuff. Is when you are going through some of this stuff, this is the villain of your story, and they get to remain the villain of your story. You do not have to humanize them. And that's okay too, to not humanize them, to not sympathize or even empathize with them. You owe them nothing. They hurt you. And
which is definitely a theme I really focus on in my last novella, with the fact that you meet several people that have been assaulted, victims and stuff. And it's like I know I mentioned stuff like the abusers, like nothing has happened to them. They live their life destroying lives, and yet they're fine, whereas the victims are forever changed. And it's like,
But it's so easy to punish someone who hurts people, but but you haven't really solved the problem, because that person who they've hurt now has to live with that forever. And
Right.
healing takes so much longer than causing harm.
Right.
You know, you
And
can break your leg in an instant, but it's going to take weeks to heal.
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
that's
and-
the perfect way to put it.
You know, I feel like you also have that similar thing in Tower of Memories with the big baddie, that when you find out who he is, and like you kind of know a little bit about what he does, and then you find out even more of what he's done. And the way you handle that also with the idea of it being this lingering presence over everything, whether or not you actually get to see him yet or not, is
Yeah, he may not be,
Very
you know,
realistic.
dead, but he still acts as almost like a ghost or an echo himself in how, you know, all of these other characters are feeling. And I definitely think that in Lucinda specifically, a lot of that trauma was not, I don't want to say gotten over and healed, but I think she definitely had made something that resembled peace with it. And then the stuff with Serafina has happened.
It
So
just
all of
brings
that
it
stuff
all
just
together.
got dug right up.
Yeah, and you know, but there's a realism to that when you're dealing with trauma that
Yeah,
I don't
I mean-
always feel like is represented as well in media the way you represent it so amazingly. I mean, one of the things that really sticks out to me about both of the ways you guys deal with trauma is the realism behind it, the idea that it's not a straight line of healing, the lingering effects, the ripple of, because even like Serafina's friends are being affected by what is essentially generational trauma from this guy who's still walking around.
Well, walking around is one word to put it. I mean, it's not like they didn't catch him. He is in a
No.
prison cell right now. So,
Right.
and I
Well,
think that did kind of help some of the healing, is knowing that he didn't really get away with it.
Right. There
Yeah.
is that. That's true.
I mean, like, even, I know what I just said about punishment. I do think that, you know, that knowledge has helped bring, you know, at least Lucinda some semblance of peace. Like, I'm
Oh,
very far
absolutely.
away from him. He's in a cell. He can't hurt anybody I love anymore. And then Serafina happens, and that whole thing comes to light. And I don't think she's handling it that well. She's doing her best, but I don't think
Oh,
she's handling it great.
Absolutely. I think, you know, there's that feeling of, in one sense, at least the story, there can be that feeling that, okay, this is over and it's done with, if he's far and away and he can't get out, right? And that idea of it coming back up. And it's funny because hopefully this isn't a spoiler for your novellas, Johara, but part of me was cracking up when Kalista kept talking about finding men who hurt women and gutting them, because of something Ari and Elsby start doing in When Morning Comes, that I'm very excited to get started on. They call it Clary's Friend, and it's this network, and they're going to basically Elsby winds up having this like poisoner's apothecary, and Ari winds up taking on this persona known as the Shadow, where she essentially goes and deals with men who have hurt women and stuff
Oh,
like that.
wow. I
So
love
it-
that.
So yeah. But yeah, so I feel like what you were talking about, it very much resonates and very realistic and truthful.
Yeah. Yeah, and definitely like my last novella like definitely deals with like showing like the victim stories. And one thing I liked, which was interesting, which was when Kalista comments about how you, depending on who tells the story, depends on how you come off. And it's kind of like talking about narcissists in a way. Like she was even saying that she is probably the villain in Caleb's story, even though we all know that Caleb is the villain. And it's like,
Right.
but Caleb is such a narcissist that in his mind, Kalista's the villain. And which is very interesting because I feel like there's some truth to that, because there are so many narcissists who try to turn the victim into the villain of the story. And that's definitely so that's something Kalisa was talking about, and how just everyone was talking about like their trauma, and there was definitely a lot of talks about that in the last novella, which was very interesting and very heartbreaking sometimes. Like sometimes when they were talking about it, I was like, oh my gosh, you guys are just going to destroy me.
Yeah. And it also, I think, like, because one of the things that really sticks out to me about Tower of Memories, with the dragons in particular, is the sense of community they all are starting to have and feel. And I feel like one of the powerful things about narratives that deal with so much trauma is the healing that also comes from a sense of community. And you clearly illustrate that the dragons are all going through something in some way, even if you don't fully know about it yet. There's the hints of what each of them are dealing with their own families, or like how Celica feels about herself and stuff like
I mean, you can pretty much trace how Celica feels about what she is through basically her hairstyles in different situations.
that.
One of my favorite little details about that is she changes her hairstyle to have her ears exposed when her father comes.
Yeah,
Which is such a little thing, but it's also like
it tells
you so much about their relationship.
Oh my gosh, those details, which the way you incorporate those details, pack such a punch, especially because, like you said, it's such a small detail, but it tells you so much, and you don't over-explain, which allows it to be more powerful, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah.
I love details and like little bits of foreshadowing and stuff. Like they can be so powerful, especially when I'm a rereader. I love to reread books. So like I love going back and rereading a book that I love, and then noticing little details or pieces of foreshadowing to something that happens later on that you didn't catch the first time because you didn't know about that twist. And then you're going back, you're like, wait a minute.
Yes.
This was foreshadowing to it. I just love that.
There's a decent chunk of foreshadowing in book one, especially whenever somebody mentions Lucinda, even if not by name, even just by telling Seraphina, like, oh, your mom used to do this. Vivian has a change in body language every single time, and Seraphina notices. She's like, why do you look tense every time someone mentions my mom? Like, and at first she's like, oh, it's because they were co-workers together or something. They maybe used to be friends. That's what you first think, and then you reread it, you're like, oh, that's why she's acting like that. Now it all makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Same thing with Lucinda during the entrance exam, when you notice like, she's kind of nervous and emotional during this whole thing. Oh, well, maybe it's just because her only child's going off to boarding school. Then you know what's going on, and you're like, oh, wait, no, there's actually like layers to this. No wonder she's crying.
Yeah, definitely.
You are amazing at the layers. I love layers and breadcrumbs and stuff like that. And especially in Tower of Memories, the way you sort of, because you also brilliant writing mysteries in general, it feels like. And so to incorporate those smaller details, you make it seem so seamless. To be able to be like, is it this? Is it this? Oh, it was that.
Yeah, because, well, the way you do it is you offer like an initial plausible enough explanation, right?
Right.
Now, when we first learned that Celica likes to spend a lot of time on her hair, you're like, oh, it's because she wants to look pretty. But then as you slowly start to realize how she feels about her appearance and her elfishness, you're like, oh, that's why she spends so much time on things.
And then, oh my gosh, when the one teacher starts making those comments and her reaction, and you're sitting there going, no, stop, no.
One of my favorite moments about that scene is because you have Krakens in the room too, and they react to you, even they know, don't do it. Which makes you obviously ask the question of like, what did she do in Kraken Tower that makes everyone know to not go near that landmine?
I would like to read how they found that out, because I have an image in my head of how that might have gone down.
Yeah, there is this one bit of foreshadowing. It's not like huge, so it's not really a spoiler if I talk about it. But like, there's this Decelebration I was talking about that I recently wrote. Roxanne like has this huge like entrance in it, and it's kind of a like Kalista looks at her and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm definitely falling for her even though I don't want to kind of moment. And in it, Roxanne, her hair is now short. It's like down to here. And before it was like to the middle of her back, but now it's like here. And it's like there was a couple moments earlier in the book where, because she's in this new place, this new environment, she's living the life she always lived, and she's been through a lot since she's been here, so she doesn't even feel like the same person. She's like, what can I, but every time she looks in the mirror, she doesn't recognize who she is now because she's changed so much since coming here. And there's a few moments where she's looking in the mirror, thinking stuff like that, and she's looking at her hair and stuff, so it's kind of foreshadowing to her decision to cut off her hair and like accept that she's not the same person she was when she first moved there.
I love that. I also use hair to talk about characters and identity and stuff like that. There's an added layer in Impossible Dream, especially because Sarah comes from such a background of neglect and loneliness, that the way she talks about the different ways that the servants even wear the like ponytail they're all supposed to wear, and what that says about them in terms of how she can identify who clearly has had like loving mothers who would have taught them how to do their hair, or she can tell how Elsbeth feels in terms of if she's not feeling well, the ponytail is less than perfect. But yeah, just the idea of how like hair is this personal connection, whether it's with other people or their own identity.
Yeah, I mean, even Seraphina's hair has been kind of a thing, because there's been so much time passed since the beginning, because she cut it like super short right before school started. So it's been slowly growing out over the course of the series to the point where now she actually has enough hair to like put it up and thinks that she has to, otherwise it's going to get in her face, because she has the type of hair that just refuses to stay put unless you like physically restrain it, which says a lot about, her, I think. And also the fact that she blames her mom for that part of her hair. She's just like, I have mom's hair and it's wild and untamable. And I'm just like, yeah.
Also says a lot about her relationship with her mother in some cases too, it seems like.
I also like to think that Vivian has that same kind of thing, but we don't notice it because she always has, her hair neatly done up all the time.
Yep. It tells you so much about a character. And like one of the things Gracelyn does, because Gracelyn is an amazing seamstress and she's all into, pretty dresses and she can do her hair perfectly. And that comes from a lot of, honestly, trauma from her own background. But there is this almost element of reclaiming herself through starting to do her hair and making specific clothing for herself and stuff like that too.
Yeah, I feel like you can say the same thing about Joan, because when Kalista first meets her, she doesn't have like long hair, but she has decent sized hair. But then once she meets Kalista and she starts going into battle and she really starts to find herself, she cuts her hair because it was like the long hair was never really her, and she kind of cuts it like all off. It's like really short now, and because that was more her, and she finally felt like she found herself thanks to Kalista and the gods and being able to fight in battle and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments in an Impossible Dream is when Maybelle stands up for Gracelyn and cuts her hair.
I love that scene.
She takes like a knife and just slices off her hair to stop bullies from picking on her friend, and I love it so much.
It's such a great scene.
Well, you don't have shears, just use a sword. It's fine.
Exactly. Go pull Mulan.
Exactly. Oh, I love Mulan.
Although I think if anyone tried to do that with Celica's hair, she would probably cry. But,
it's not beat them up. I mean, like, Celica's.
Honestly,
not someone I would want to mess with.
Yeah. And same with Kalista, like she's not someone you want to mess with, and I feel like she doesn't seem like the kind of person that would care about like fancy, whatever, her hair and stuff, but she has like this signature hair that goes all the way down to her waist, and it's like very pretty, and it's like if even though she doesn't seem like the kind of person that would care, like if you try to cut off her hair, she would probably just stab you.
Yes. I think it would be a lot of fun to see Callista, Celica, and maybe like Ari or Elsby in a room together. That would be so much fun.
Oh my gosh. Kalisa would just be so over it and be like, okay, why am I here? Cause like fan fiction of that would be so interesting. Like to see those two characters interact.
Yes. Speaking of fan fiction, if you guys had somebody who could like write your dream fan fiction of your books, any of your books, what would it be?
That's hard. Honestly, what would be interesting? I had this idea before because I made a comment once on Twitter. This would have been a while ago, probably a few years ago. But I said that considering several of my series have to do with like other realms and stuff, technically all of my series could be part of the same universe. They're all just never meet because they're in different realms, which is an interesting thought. So what if like somebody made a fan fiction of like all my characters from all three series meeting because they all end up in the same realm? Like that would be interesting.
That would be amazing. I would totally read that. What about you?
I have an answer. I'm just trying to figure out how to explain this. Here's the thing, right? I have a soft spot for like random weird pairings that make no sense in the context of the story, but are still fun regardless.
Okay. I'm wondering where you're going with this. Like, which characters you have in your head right now?
But I'm also a fan of parallel of using like narrative parallels. So because of that, shipping fanfic between like Seraphina and Horus would be funny to me.
That would be very interesting to read. I
always wondered like this whole thing with like non-canon ships sometimes, and people ship two characters that never get together, and it's like what if somebody reads my book and it's like they decide they don't like Kalista and Roxanne and they want Kalista with, I don't know, like Marissa or something, and it's like I love their friendship, but like I never made their relationship intending to be romantic. But it's funny because it's like different people can come up with different scenarios and you see things differently sometimes than other people, or even how the author intended it to be. And it's like sometimes you can read between the lines and see stuff, you know, like in Adam's the Mantis variant, I remember really thinking Agro and Lahari would be a cute couple, just because like Lahari was like she was like so like ostracized because the way she looked, and Agro was the first person that kind of just looked at her like, what? I think you're beautiful. Like, it doesn't matter. And I think that scene alone just made me ship them. And it's like, I kind of wanted it to become a thing, but then, you know, Agro ended up dying, and I'm very sad about it.
That was a very sweet scene.
What would make that the pairing that I suggested funny is because, is this spoilers? I don't think it's spoilers. So, Maripin and Vivian met at school.
Right.
They were both on student council together. He was in his 5th year, she was in her 3rd. And that is how they met. Vivian doesn't really remember this because it was so long ago and she didn't really like register him back then. But, you know, this kind of may have low-key triggered a mild obsession in him, which we all know how that ended. So I that would be what would make a Horus and Seraphina pairing potentially interesting or fun.
The parallels would definitely be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm always I'm like you. I love the parallels that keep showing up type of deal. I have some of that in my B series. There's these stories that keep cropping up, even between like the mythologies of the individual kingdoms of these two brothers who are always at odds. And it's interesting how much that has become like a thing whether it's the mythology or the actual storyline you're following in these series.
Yeah, very interesting. So, are you guys up for another sprint, or you guys want to call it a night?
I have to call it a night. Person's gonna be home in like 5 minutes. So
Well,
I
thank
probably
you for
should call it
joining.
here.
I said thank you for joining.
Yeah, I mean, well, thank you for having me. You know, this is always fun. We
Yes,
we
definitely
really
have
have to do this more often.
time.
It's always fun talking to you guys.
Yes. Ellie, are you up for another sprint, or do you want to call it a night too?
I could go for another sprint if you want to. Another
Okay.
sprint.
So it's almost 5:40, so we could go till 10 after.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, anyway, bye.
See ya, Alyssa.
Bye.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Bye.
Awesome. So see you back in 30.
See you back in 30.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How was your sprint?
It was going really well. How about yours?
Mine went well, yeah. Did you have anything fun to write?
Yeah, I was working on finishing up the scene between Elsby and Ari, where Ari has gone to Elsby's to try to get information on where Mabel's father is, and she also has plans to ask for help in trying to find Pine.
Nice.
What about you?
I finished a conversation with Rain and Josiah that I was talking about a bit earlier, and they reveal a little bit more about like why they think that they didn't get along with Kalista at first, and it was a very interesting conversation, and I really, really loved it, and I just feel like you find out more about Rain and like Rain's dynamic with Ayana and Kalista and Marissa, and it's like this is gonna be perfect to lead into the prequel trilogy.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
It's cool how it feels like the Callista's Adventure series and the prequel series and the main series all sort of like inform each other, both from a reader perspective, and it seems like it's doing the same thing from a writer perspective.
Yeah, definitely. And there's like sometimes there's things that happen that I was not expecting that just goes well with it, you know? That just matches.
It's always exciting when that happens.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just really loved writing this scene. I feel like it was so heart-wrenching at times because like Rain, because you definitely get more of Rain in this book. And you definitely see I'm glad you like that. You definitely see like more of like because Rain can be very similar to Kalista, which Rain actually tells Josiah, which is why they didn't like each other at first. It's kind of like what you were saying about Ari and Elsby. Rain and Kalista are so similar, and they kind of see themselves in each other with like their darkness and stuff. So it's like you're fine. So it's like they didn't like each other at first because they were a little too similar, and they saw themselves in each other, which they didn't like because they both have so much darkness. And it's like that's why they didn't like each other, which is what you were saying about Ari and Elsby a little bit. Like they're too similar, so they don't like each other because they butt heads a lot because of that. And that's how Rain and Kalista originally were. Obviously, they're close now, but that's how they were originally, which is going to be a fun dynamic to write. And
definitely.
yeah,
I feel like it's going to be so satisfying when they finally like team up and reach a level of understanding for each other.
Yes, definitely. And I feel like there's like once they get to know each other, even before they really become close, they're going to form a mutual respect for each other. Because like even though they're not a fan of each other's yet, it's like they definitely respect each other, and they both trust and love Marissa, who trusts and loves them both. So it's like I don't like you, but I like her, so I have to deal with you, sort of thing.
So, very funny. There's a very similar aspect to Ari and Elsby, where Ari is starting to really connect with Mabel and Graceland, and then she feels a strong connection to Sarah. And because, you know, Elsby is such an amazing friend of theirs, there's sort of this element of we kind of have to deal with each other because we're really going to be in each other's lives.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh my god. I'm looking forward to Kalista and Rain first meeting too. I imagine that's going to be very interesting, especially given the little I know about Rain's history and how they kind of come into interacting with Marissa and Kalista.
Yeah, definitely. I did start the prequel trilogy, which I think I mentioned, and I only wrote like a couple chapters, but it started, and I do like how it starts because it starts with in like Rain's point of view, and it's like they were just created, and it's like they haven't even opened their eyes yet. So it's like it's all darkness. You're just going through Rain's thoughts. Rain has no idea who they are or what's going on because they were just created. And then when they open their eyes, you see like their reaction to the world a little bit, and they still don't even know who they are.
Oh, that's gonna be so interesting. I'm excited, especially because by the time you're introduced to Rain in the main series, they've been around for a while and they've gotten used to things, and you kind of have a sense that they have a better sense of their self and their identity.
Yeah.
So to like really be thrown into their head from the very beginning is going to be like completely fascinating to see.
Definitely. And I know you know a little bit of Rain's past when Rain was talking to them when they were first introduced, and they're like, and then like Kalista showed up and stuff. So like you meet Marissa first. Well, they meet Marissa first, and then because Kalista's off doing her own thing, trying to deal with her own grief, because this is like not too long after Joan's death. So, but
yeah, and you set up that beautifully in the 10th novella of like where she's gonna be with Athena and everything.
Yeah, because that's where she is when Marissa ends up calling her, needing her help. And, you know, when Marissa calls, police is like, okay, I have to help you because they're besties. So, yeah, I am, like, so excited to write their dynamic and show how Kalista and Rain become as close as they are now. Like, that's one of the things I'm most excited for this trilogy.
I am so excited because they are my favorite characters probably throughout your entire series is Kalista and Rain, and Marissa very quickly, you know, rose in the ranks of favorites as well in the novella series. So it's gonna be really interesting. I'm like so excited. The more I can get of Kalista, I'm happy. Like
yeah, well, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. I'm sorry. I've taken a break from this series for a bit.
That's right, I understand, but I'm also looking forward to all your other series, so it all works out.
Well, I'm very excited for like these characters to meet in your series as well and seeing their dynamics and stuff. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
I am having a lot of fun with it. It's especially with what I have planned for what the two of them do. And to finally get them to that point is just so amazing and so awesome. And then to have the other people interact with them, because you've got like Gracelyn and Maybelle going, you know, what Ari's doing is awfully nice, Elsbie. Perhaps you could try being nice to her. And you've got like Gilly and Sally who are seeing Elsbie and Ari interact, and they're like, and even Sarah, and they're like, you know, you two are very similar. And Elsbie's just like, shut up. So it's great fun.
I feel like that's gonna be a little bit of a dynamic in the prequel trilogy as well, with Kalista and Rain butting heads, and then Marissa's just watching them like, do you guys realize how similar you are?
Eating a bunch of popcorn while they're arguing, eyes flying back and forth, going, oh boy, doesn't that sound familiar? Right.
Yeah. I love some of the, because these dynamics can be so interesting and fun to like read about. Like, yeah, and it's just so interesting, and I love your characters and your story and the dynamics of everyone, and to finally see like characters from all the books coming together is going to be so satisfying. Like, I don't want this to be the end. I know there's still the short story collection, but still, I want more.
That means so much. That means a lot. Yeah, there's also like I was saying, Mulvinius comes into the mix, and watching him in particular interact with like Fra and Sarah has been very informative and very, very interesting. Especially because it feels like Mulvinius is somebody Fra really needs at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I know I mentioned that you've become like one of my favorite authors, but B has honestly become one of my favorite series as well. I love all your books, and but B is definitely like up there as one of my favorites. Like it's up there with some of the like Seekers. I don't know if you ever read it, but like I talk about it a lot on social media because I love that series, and it's like up there with that. So it's like really high up.
Thank you so much, especially coming from such a talented author like you. I'm so touched. And I love your books too, and you're definitely one of my favorites as well.
That means so much.
I cannot get enough of your characters.
That
And
really
it
means
makes me so excited for the other stuff you have planned because I've read all your other series up to this point, and so to hear that there's like more with the Curses Light and more with Jasmine Perez, and it's just like I am so stoked for what you have in the works.
yeah.
And then your new stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for your new stuff.
Yes, I know you know a little bit about the prequel trilogy, and then the Christmas Light sequel will have Andrea as the main character, which is going to be interesting
That's gonna be
because
fun.
she was such a minor character in the first book, but
Yeah.
in the second book she got a bigger role, and I ended up loving her more than I thought I was going to. Like she wasn't meant to get a big role, kind of like Rain, but then she did, and now she's getting her own series because she ended up becoming such a great character that I just loved writing.
That is
And
so awesome.
and Jasmine Perez is gonna be. It's also a sequel, but it's like a lot into the future because it has the main character is one of Jasmine's daughters.
Interesting. That's going to be very cool to see.
So it's so you still see like Jasmine and Jackson stuff, but it definitely focuses more on the next generation and the daughter, especially since she ends up on this crazy adventure with an assassin who's trying to kill her.
Fun. That is always a good time.
And they may or may not fall in love.
I love that. I'm looking forward to that dynamic. That sounds like a lot of fun to explore. Sort of have that enemies to lovers thing going on.
Yes, definitely.
That's
And
cool.
then I have my Scooby-Doo retelling, which you know about. And
Yeah.
one thing I'm very excited for is my Skeleton series, which I've been planning for a few years. I'm so excited for that one. I have so many plans. The
I
series,
remember reading a few of the snippets you posted from that. That seems really cool.
yeah, it's called Tales of the Grim Reaper, and I'm so excited for what I have planned.
That is awesome.
I'm excited for the books you have coming out too. I'm so excited to start Water's Edge, which I plan to start this week. So I'll definitely be sending you notes soon. Now that I have time to read and things have settled down, I am so excited to read it. And I'm so excited to read your newest Bassett book too. Now that I have time to read that you recently published, I'm so excited to read that as well because I just love your books.
Oh, that means so much. Thank you.
Anything else you're currently working on or have planned?
There is the one work in progress I have that is currently unnamed. I've been racking my head for a title and I still can't come up with one yet. But it kind of combines two popular folklore from Britain and also will incorporate or at least draw inspiration from some Celtic mythology.
Ooh.
And that's been a lot of fun. Especially because it's sort of like a sapphic combination fairy tale retelling of these two stories.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then Water's Edge is sort of the first book in the Uncanny Encounters series, so I have that sort of percolating in the back of my head for book 2. It's probably going to wind up being another one where each book could be read as a standalone, more episodic type of deal. And then I've been playing around with the idea of a potential sequel to Oathkeeper.
Ooh, I'm excited for that.
So that's sort of what I have going on in my brain at the moment.
Nice. Yeah. It can be hard because it's like you're working on other stories, then more stories keep popping up in your head.
Yeah.
Like,
And then you have like all those, like, I don't know about you, but I have like, there's this one story, for instance, that I've kind of like written a little bit and put aside and written a little bit and put aside, and it hasn't yet come to the forefront of my brain. but like it's still always there in like the peripheral. And you're just like, I see you, and someday you will be a thing.
Yes. I have another series. I want to, after I finish the Scooby-Doo Retelling and the Skeleton series, finish the books I have for these three ongoing series. But after that, I have a book that's going to be pretty long. It's going to be like 10 books in the series about witches and like covens and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. That sounds
Yeah,
amazing.
I already have so much planned for that as well. Because every time an idea pops in my head for one of my stories, I find the notes for it and write it down so that I don't forget. Because I
Yeah.
will forget. And it's like about two women. They're both witches, and they have this link to. They're connected, but they don't understand why. One of them is like centuries old. She's been in coven for years. The other one was adopted by a human family. So she knew she had powers, but she had to keep them hidden, and she doesn't know why she has powers when no one else around her does. But they seem to have visions of each other like they're connected, but neither one of them understands why.
Oh, that sounds amazing. That is really cool. The one story I was talking about that's like percolating in the peripheral is a witch story as well.
Ooh.
And it's one about this one main character has like really amazing protection magic, and she's got this one friend who works kind of higher up in witch society, and she recruits that main character to kind of be this like spy, but there's this like betrayal that happens, and she's trying to figure out why her friend would do this. And in the midst of that, there's another character who's a little younger than both of them, who has amazing luck magic. And she's kind of been brought into the mix and is trying to figure out what's going on too.
Oh, nice. That sounds interesting. I can't wait for that one. I eat up witches. They're one of my favorite things.
I love witch stories.
Me too. And as you can tell, most of my stories usually have to do with like witchy stuff, like magic and stuff. Even the Realm of Monsters, even though Khaleesi is the main character, you still meet witches and stuff. So that's still very much a thing. And I think the only besides the Scooby-Doo retelling, the only story I have that isn't really witchy at all is probably my skeleton series, because that's mostly skeletons.
Cool.
But I'm so excited for that one because I also have a thing for skeletons. I have like skeleton like figurines and stuff like everywhere because I love skeletons, but I feel like they're very underrated. And out of all the like mythical creatures or whatever, they're the ones that are utilized the least.
That's very true. That is very true. I could probably just name one or two things off the top of my head that I can think of that has skeletons in it. That's really cool to touch on that. Are you like basing it off of other like skeleton lore, or are you just sort of like having fun making it all up yourself?
I'm having fun making a lot of it up. There is some stuff that has to do with the Grim Reaper. That I'm going to touch on a little bit with Grim Reaper lore, but other than that, a lot of it's just my own personal world and how I view skeletons and stuff, and it's going to be very interesting.
Oh, that's really cool.
Like skeletons have their own kind of magic. It's not like magic, but it's like if they end up in a fight and they lose one of their bones in the fight, the bone is magically attracted to you, so it can magically find you no matter where you go.
That's cool. I love the way you write magic, and the magic you incorporate in your stories are so unique and so much fun to read. Like, oh my god, the storytelling magic with Rain from book 2, that is one that will stick with me for the rest of my life. That is so amazing.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad because magic is definitely one of my favorite things, and I'm so glad that you think I write it well because I just love it, and I love writing it, and I love watching it, reading it, everything. Like I just love magic.
It really shows in your work in the best ways.
Right now, I'm a little stuck because I was going to incorporate some more of the types of food that's in my world. And as you know, I have some unique choices for food.
Yeah.
And So last time I had to create food, I was stuck on that forever because it's like it's so fun when it's done, but it's like so hard to come up with different food for the monsters to eat. So right now I'm stuck trying to come up with new food for the monsters to eat.
The world building elements definitely sometimes take a a pause to figure out. I've been feeling that a bit with the especially book 4 because it brings in all the other kingdoms and you learn so much more about the other kingdoms, including like the north is this like mountainous kingdom, and so like pretty much all the metal that would have been used throughout all of the 5 kingdoms would have initially come from the north, but Midgrim has blocked that. So how are they getting metal? And I kind of cheat with that because the east are right on the shoreline and they have interactions with all these other like places overseas and everything. So anytime I get stuck like that, I'm just like, the east imports it. That's how it happens. That works.
Yeah, definitely. Because sometimes the world building can be pretty hard, you
Yeah.
know? And I think, and also, because world building can be hard no matter what, but I also think it's the type of fantasy you write. Like,
Yeah.
when I was writing, like, The Curse's Light, it was more like, it was still in our world, just kind of in its own cursed little town.
Yeah.
But then both Jazz and Prez and the Realm of Monsters are in other realms where it's like magic all the time and very different. And the world building is more extravagant because of that, you know?
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
But it can be also, even though it can be really hard, it can be fun sometimes too.
Oh yeah, I have a great time when it comes to the world building, especially of the B series. I think one of the things that really helped me was coming up with the different mythology to kind of root what each kingdom sort of does and is,
Mhm.
and to sort of like use it as a starting point and then building sort of out and around from that has really helped to influence, along with a lot of research and inspiration from real world places and things.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah.
The Food from the Realm of Monsters series, when I first read it, was a lot of fun, just in general, but also because when I was growing up, friends and I would make fake menus as if we owned a restaurant, and we would come up with like really strange food, like really gross versions of spaghetti and meatballs where it was like eyeballs or the meatballs and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So to read about the Realm of Monsters stuff just sort of like brought me all the way back to that. That was a lot of fun.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah. Because I know before when I was talking about food, like they were at like lunch or dinner, and now it's like breakfast time. So now I'm getting to dabble into what do monsters eat during breakfast.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think there's a playfulness with world building that is very delightful.
Yeah.
Kind of going like touching back on that childlike whimsy and stuff like that to really pull forth ideas from.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you find that when you're dealing with food that you tend to like base it off of human food and how you can do a twist on it, or do you like fall back on lore of what you know that like werewolves would most likely have eaten this or vampires were known to drink blood type of deal?
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit on the lore because I know one thing I stated when I was making the Realm Monsters book, monsters each species tends to eat something totally different. Werewolves might eat steak and stuff, which is more normal, but like with witches and wizards and stuff, I came up with the like spello meat and stuff, and it was very magical, like witches and stuff. And then there's like stuff like eyeballs, and there's the tongue that they were eating. And so yeah, definitely I was trying to make some of it seem very magical and then some of it seem maybe more gross, but stuff that monsters would eat. Like
Yeah.
monsters like Cyclops and Centaurs and stuff like that, because they would eat more stuff like that.
That's very cool.
Thank you. It was very hard to write and come up with, especially the spell meat. Like that was, I don't even remember how I ended up coming up with that, but it was hard. But it's really fun when you look back on it. It's like, man, I can't believe I came up with something that cool.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And I think it's a fun challenge, like you were saying, when you kind of define the confines of the magical world, like the rules of the magical world, and then having to work within those rules you set for yourself, or trying to figure out how to sometimes push or bend those rules to get
Yeah,
where you
exactly.
go.
Yeah, definitely. But it can be challenging sometimes because it's like I set these rules, so technically I have to abide by them. But then you come up with a new idea. You're like, how does this fit in with the rules I already set without making it look like a plot hole or a cop out or something? That can be very challenging.
It can be very, very challenging. But plot holes are where the creativity gets to shine through, right?
Creating, yeah, because I know this book, The Queen of Monsters, I feel like I've been writing forever because I've been writing this as I've been working on the novellas. So I've been going back and forth. So there's so many times that I stopped working on this to focus on a couple of the novellas. So I honestly love the editing process. I know that a lot of people don't, but I do. I love going back and seeing what I wrote and seeing what I can fix and what I can add or what doesn't need to be there, and just really establish the story I already wrote and make it look better. And but I'm actually kind of dreading going through my first round of edits with here before I send it to you because because I have been pausing this so many times that I'm afraid I'm gonna find like 10 plot holes.
Yeah, I get that. In order to write book 4 of the B series, I had to completely reread all 3 of the other books beginning to end and like make notes, and I'm still going back to be like, what did they when was the last time they talked about Mr. Thomas and what was said?
I feel that. There's so much I have to go back because I forgot something or something.
Yeah. And there's a lot of, oh, I said that doesn't really make sense. Oh, but they were talking about rumors. So if they're talking about rumors can be wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, really nitpicky stuff has been a lifesaver sometimes.
Yeah.
Henry described it that way? Why would Henry describe it that way when I clearly thought this? And then it's like, well, Henry's thinking could be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, because sometimes it can be like an unreliable narrator, and it's like, so it's like, okay, but were they actually right is the question.
Right, and then like, how can I twist that and state it in a way that won't make it a plot hole?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I know when I was writing my Jasmine Perez series, at one point, I don't remember which book it was, but Ben got injured. He got like poisoned or something. And and then when I went back for edits, I was reading it. I was like, wait a minute, he got poisoned, but I never showed the aftermath of it. I never showed him getting cured or anything. I was like, and he was still fine. So I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing something here. I have to add a whole other scene.
Oh yeah.
Or that would have been a major plot hole. It's like, how's Ben okay when he was poisoned?
Oh yeah, that's always a lot of fun. And especially because I feel like, at least in my own writing, there's all these threads that connect throughout the story. So to try to like change something in the editing process can sometimes be so tricky because you're like, but if I mess with it here, I'm messing with this string, which messes with 5 other things. So how do I fit this into this very convoluted connection. Like-
Yes, exactly. Like, because one thing that happened, no matter how insignificant it seemed, could be a string of events because it caused it to happen. And now is if you change that, you have to either change it very carefully so it doesn't affect anything, or change everything that it affected. And it's like, oh my gosh.
And then you also have to remember, if this is suddenly bringing in information you've explained later on down the line, and then to make sure that you're not like doing too much repetition or anything like that too, to like, so it's a lot of fun. It's very challenging. It can be fun in the challenge, but it can also be like, oh my gosh.
Yes, definitely. It can definitely be like hair pulling, but it's also fun at times whenever it's like done and you can look back on it and be like, I'm very proud with that.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. And like you said, it's seemingly small stuff that people initially might be like, oh, you don't need that. But it might just be me overthinking, but I'm always like, but this informs so much about the character, and this explains motive for why Sarah does this later on.
Exactly. Like, especially when you're working on a series, it's like, if somebody's like, oh, but this scene was so unnecessary, maybe right now it is, but it could also lead to something in a later book that's important. Because I know in like that Witch Coven series I was talking about, like there's this twist that you're going to find out several books down, and I'm definitely going to be doing a lot of foreshadowing for it. So there's going to be some scenes where it's like, is this really important? But later on, with the twist is revealed, you're like, oh, it was important.
Oh yeah, totally understand that. 100% with you.
And I very rarely end up cutting scenes. Most of the time, everything I write down is important, or even if it's not necessarily technically important for the plot, it's important for like a character growth or a dynamic or something. That's just as important as what's important for the plot.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly. I feel like the only major scene I end up cutting from one of my books was in The Curse's Light, when I had a whole thing where because the character Lydia had a much bigger role in the first draft, and there was a scene where Skylar and Will had to break into her house for something. I don't even remember what it was now. And so like Skylar was doing this, breaking and entering thing while Will was trying to distract her. And it was a fun scene, but like in the end of the day, because Lydia ended up not having that big of a role, I ended up having to cut out that scene because it didn't make sense anymore.
I get that. I sometimes wind up having to cut scenes in my own writing, and I think a lot of that is just my process of writing. But there are, like in B, for instance, there were so many scenes that wound up with Ari and Nick just arguing. And it was way too much arguing. And so I wound up like taking the important parts of their various arguments and putting it together in like combining it all into one argument type of deal.
Yeah, because that happens sometimes, because it's like too much of it can seem repetitive. It's like it's all the same thing. And why do we just have several different arguments with several different information when we can have it all in one scene to understand it all without it just being thrown everywhere and seeming repetitive and annoying, because like it's like always arguing, but you managed to put it all together so that you still got the basis without all the extra, which is very nice. Very shows just how talented you are.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot. But yeah, because the way I write is I just sort of write what comes, and I write whatever the characters tell me, and then I try to fit it, like put it into the manuscript where I think it will fall. And sometimes it winds up being like, well, this part kind of goes along with this part, so I don't really need this, and I can just take what is necessary to move the story along with it. But yeah, so.
Because I know in The Queen of Monsters, I came up with this undercover mission, and I was like, this would be perfect for the growth I want to for Roxanne because the undercover mission has helped a lot with the growth. But when I've been writing the undercover mission, then I'm like, wait a minute, she hasn't actually figured out anything. Like this undercover mission has to come to something, or it's just a pointless storyline the entire time. I mean, yeah, it helps with Roxanne's growth, but it has to do more than that. It has to actually help the plot as well. Otherwise, what's the point of this mission? So I end up having to try to find something for her to find out, which is how I came up with the heist and what the queen was planning. And because I have been planning that celebration for a while too, but the celebration didn't originally have a heist part of it. But then when I was looking, I was like, okay, so I know what's going to happen during this undercover mission. Now I know that it needs this heist. So where to put the heist? I was like, this celebration is actually perfect because they're going to be where the heist needs to take place. And it's the perfect cover too, because everyone's so busy with the celebration. No one's paying attention to them heisting.
I love when it all works out. And
Yes,
it's like
exactly.
that on its own.
It ended up working out flawlessly. 'Cause I had no idea how it would have worked out other ways, but it ended up working out perfectly.
That is so awesome. I love when that happens.
Me too.
It makes me feel like I have magic when it all just sort of like comes together and works out, and you're just like, look what I did.
Right?
I have no way of knowing this.
I love it when you're like writing and then your characters reveal something to you in the moment. Like there's so many times when a character talks to you and then you write it down to incorporate it later. But when you're writing and the character tells you, like the conversation I just had with Ray and Josiah, I did not know any of this about Ray. Okay, Ray just decided to tell me as they're talking to Josiah what the heck happened with their past, and I'm like, oh wow, I didn't see any of this coming.
Yeah, I was working on this. There's quite a bit of memories and flashbacks with Graceland's character, at least so far, and there have been moments where like the things I knew about her past, and I was like, oh, you poor character, and then she went into a bit more detail with her memories, and I was just like, oh no, you poor character. So yeah, the way they surprise you and tell you information is really
Really
amazing.
because it's like most people who are not writers probably think, oh, you guys have planned everything out, you can't get surprised by your own writing, that you don't know how wrong you are. Like I get surprised by my own writing all the time, and it's not even it's not even always something major. Sometimes I just write one line and I really love how the line turned out. That just happened. I wrote a line and I'm like, oh my gosh, I actually love that.
That is awesome. It is the best when that happens.
Yeah.
My mom is somebody who my character, she says, lives rent free in her head too, since I talk to her like nonstop about my books. And there are times where she's like, oh my god, I could totally picture this, and I'm like, go ahead, tell me more. That works great. That sounds yes.
I do that with my
or
mom.
like talking to you about the characters, and you're like, oh, I love this aspect of them, and I'm like, oh, I never considered that.
What's happened with you too, where you were talking about character or a theme, and I was like, wow, I did not mean for it to be like that, but wow.
And it like informs more of your writing as you're going forward.
Yeah,
to be like, I never would have made that connection, but I totally see it. Let me play on that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like I feel like when you were talking about my novella, and it's like you really have an understanding to my characters, and I absolutely love it. It's like there's
so
things you were saying, and I was like, oh my gosh, like you understand my characters as much as I do, and I love it. It's like the greatest thing for an author.
It's only because you write them so well, and you make us care. Oh my god, the way you make us care for characters. Like I said, in the 10th novella, I was anticipating going in, getting my heart completely, broken with what happens to Joan and all that stuff, and we're going along, and you bring in some, more Greek mythology, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I recognize some of these. Some of this is new to me, okay. And then there was that moment, and oh my god, Calista's reaction to what happens to some of those Greek figures, And I'm like, wait a minute, I was not anticipating that. I was not anticipating you making me fall in love with these characters too. What is that?
Yeah.
Do you want a Pepsi or Dr. Pepper?
Dr. Pepper. Sorry about that.
No worries.
What were we talking about?
How amazing you are at writing characters and making people care for them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that novella, I mean, honestly, it got dark. And I was not expecting that. Like, I knew that Medusa would have to be a part of it. I knew Medusa had to be a part of it because when Athena was first telling Roxanne about what happened to Joan, she mentioned that Calista was fighting Medusa. So I always knew that Medusa would be a part of that final story. Yeah. This is Ellie. This is my mom. Hi.
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 She hasn't read my
I
newest
haven't read
novella
the
yet.
last two yet, and I just overheard you guys talking about it, so I'm like, oh, don't tell me anything.
It is so good.
Yeah.
You're such an amazing writer, and the last two are just so gut wrenching. Oh my god.
Oh my god, now I'm scared. I'm
You should
having
be scared. You should be
flashbacks
very
of
scared.
Kate.
Kate.
She's still not over Kate's death.
I'm not over.
I'm not over Kate's death.
Exactly.
Oh
You
my
don't feel
god.
that way.
It was so out of the blue, and then the description you use for it, just, I mean, you think,
I'm a visual person, and I literally saw it as I was reading it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
yes, 100%.
I should beat you for that. All right, I'm gonna order this.
All right. But yeah, my last novella actually got pretty dark and it's destroyed Ellie.
Oh my gosh, I will never be the same.
I'm scared now. I'm really scared.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, she's ordering us food right now, so she was asking what I wanted. But yeah, and so I always knew that Medusa would be like a part of it because of that original tale, but I was not expecting for Calista to connect with Medusa and stuff. And I feel like the only reason why it ended up so with the fight and with Calista, you know,
Yeah.
because she was trying so badly to get to Joan that at that point, that's all she cared about. And it's like, even though she didn't think Medusa deserved that fate, she had to get to Joan, even though she ended up being too late. But like you mentioned, like the moment about how there was no time to mourn, and it's like, because Calista still knew that Medusa did not deserve this fate. She did not deserve all that happened to her, and she was just a broken girl who was assaulted and then villainized. And I feel like she could relate to that.
Oh, absolutely. And it was an amazing parallel that you managed to draw between the two. And it makes, like, by that point, knowing what you know about Calista, it makes so much sense. And then to find out that they could connect on that other level was very powerful. And like, yeah, just it made so much sense.
Yeah.
And the idea of because the other thing that I thought was really amazing that you did was to show the difference between the thought processes of like Medusa's response and how that was so at odds with Callista's response to what happened to her and the way she wanted to use what happened to her. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You know, I get what you mean. And I feel like Calista also saw Medusa as, not only did she see the similarities, but she saw that Medusa was like who she used to be. Like before she met Marissa and Joan, before she had that community that helped her, because Medusa never found that community. And she realized that if she didn't meet Marissa and Joan, she probably would be Medusa.
Which makes what happens to Medusa even sadder, and that idea of the connection Calista feels and the fact that she would have mourned Medusa and the way she would be able to see all that and everything.
Two of my favorite scenes I wrote in that novella, one was when Khaleesi was talking to Medusa, and when Medusa was imprisoned, and
Yeah.
they were realizing just how similar they were, and it was also the first hint that Caleb might have assaulted Khaleesi the same way Poseidon assaulted Medusa, which is actually something I had thought about for a while, because I had honestly thought about it. I just never knew if I was going to mention it, because I said to myself, I was like, a guy like Caleb would never have a girl like Khaleesi in prison and not touch her. Like the kind of person Caleb is, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing when the reveal happens, where it made a lot of sense. Like, I think in the back of my head, I was, you know, it was one of those things where, given the way he used her anyway, it was like online with that, to the point where I felt like there was a bit of symbolism in the way what he did to her, and the way like what assault is and everything, and the using of somebody's body and the abuse that occurs. There was such a parallel between that anyway with what Caleb did, that you said it and I was just like, yeah.
Makes sense, sadly.
Yeah.
And I also love the scene when Khaleesi was talking to Odysseus right before Helen ended up in the river.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes, and that idea. Because the other thing that was really amazing for me in your 10th novella was, again, the growth and development. There was conversation in previous novellas, and I can't remember which ones off the top of my head, where there was this whole conversation. There was this great, powerful moment you had of a conversation maybe with Joan, I want to say, where Khaleesi was talking about not burning the world because Joan and Marissa were part of it. And it just felt like that was so touched upon with her, with what she was talking about with Odysseus, and then the difference between her response and Medusa's response.
Yeah. Good. I feel like everyone has a different trauma response, and I feel like you saw, because I had, like, in the last novella there were several survivors.
Yeah,
And it's like you all saw their different responses.
absolutely. Which I think is very important to show too, because of the idea that this isn't a cookie cutter thing people deal with.
Yeah. And
You know?
every experience is different. None.
Right.
I'm a firm believer that no matter what the trauma is, it could be as big as sexual assault or as I can't think of anything little, because I don't consider any sort of trauma really that small, you know? Even if
Right.
it was not as bad as sexual assault, like all trauma, like I don't believe in like comparing your trauma. Like maybe you didn't go
Yeah.
through what they went through, but that doesn't mean your response or what you went through is any lesser than them.
There is an amazing line at the end of, I want to say, Perks of Being a Wallflower, and I can't remember the line off the top of my head, but it really touches on that idea of, you know, everybody's going through their own thing, and the idea that just because what you're going through is different than what somebody else is going through doesn't mean you're not still going through something.
Yeah. And it's like everybody, like, you know, like there's people who like wear what they've been through, like Khaleesi, and then there's other people who hide it more, you know?
Right.
And it's like, so like you don't know what someone's going through, you know? Like, Khaleesi and Rain have both been through so much, and then Marissa, you do get more into her past and her like family trauma, and it's like her trauma isn't any less, but it's also not as obvious because Khaleesi and Rain, who can be more serious at times because of the hell they went through. Marissa, on the other hand, is more smiley and happy. You wouldn't imagine that she could have been through something so traumatic, but at the end of the day, it shows not to judge a book by its cover. Be nice to everyone, because you never know what they're going through behind their smile.
So two things. One is I love the way you already touch on stuff that Marissa is dealing with and her trauma responses to things, not just in The Shadow, where you get like so much more of her backstory and her sister, but also in like, there was one oh gosh, why can't I remember which novella it was? I can't remember which novella it was, but there's a part where she's talking about like I think it was Astoria and Ayana's lessons and everything, and she just her response to her children, there was just a little hint of some of her past in that and what she wanted to avoid doing that was done to her that you touched on at one point. So like the way you already touch on those like little peeks into Marissa's trauma is so well done and really showcases what you're talking about here. And
Yeah.
then there's sort of that with like Graceland in particular in the B series. Like in An Impossible Dream, Sarah and Elsbie and Maybelle and even Hayworth think they know what's going on with Graceland, at least a little bit of it. And the idea of when you finally find out what's going on with her, which is sort of talked about at the end of An Impossible Dream, but it's sort of a blank and miss it kind of statement. Whereas in when Morning Comes, you really see it, and it's this idea that you don't, you might think you understand a person's reaction, but you should not assume that you know that.
Yeah, 100%. I'm so excited, even though I'm sure it will be very sad. I'm also excited to find out more about her and, get my heart ripped out by how bad it might be.
Yeah, I put her through the ringer, and it was an interesting thing to find out about her and more of what she's been through. I don't there's parts that might not make it into this book itself, but yeah, I will say she gets a happy ending.
Yay! That's what I told you about Kalista. At least they get happy endings.
Yeah, the When Morning Comes is gonna be pretty much be happy endings, I think.
Yeah.
For most of them, or might not be the endings they were all hoping for, but there's at least happiness involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same in the Queen of Monsters. They all get their happy endings and stuff. And yeah, some of them end up in like Lisa and Roxanne end up together, but then there's also people that don't end up with anybody. Like Rain ends up single, and I feel like it's important to show that your happy ending doesn't always have to be romance or marriage and kids.
Absolutely. So so the thing is for me that I don't picture Ari ever having an interest in any of that stuff.
Honestly, I was thinking the other day, because I was thinking about like a romantic characters and stuff, and I was actually thinking, I was like, is Ari like Arrow Ace? Because she gives me Arrow Ace vibes.
I've always pictured her that way. Henry's another one that, for as much as he's into like the fairy tales and everybody getting their happily ever after, he's somebody who I feel like is more in love with the world than would be like interested in having a relation. Like I don't think it ever even occurs to him.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like Elsbie is somebody who just won't touch that with a 10-foot pole either. But,
yeah, I see that.
But she's got her own reasons for that. So, yeah. But yeah, Ari is definitely one. Ari and Henry were ones that like relationships were never a thing in their head, at least for me.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Rain. I don't think I ever really pictured Rain as Arrow Ace, but I also never really pictured Rain with somebody. Like I never thought that as their happy ending. And even though Khaleesi does end up with Roxanne, that's not even her happy ending,
Right.
And same with Isabella. Like she's with Jeremy now. They're together and they do end up together, but I don't consider her at least, well, I'll say Jeremy and them starting a family is like part of her happy ending, but it's not her entire happy ending. Because even if you do do the whole marriage kids thing, like that doesn't have to be your entire happy ending. Like there's so much more for you too, Like Isabella ends up ruling the entire realm, which is something she's worked for her entire life, and
there's fulfillment in that, right?
Yeah,
like and that's good. Like.
Exactly. That was important to her. And it's definitely a huge part of her happy ending, being able to rule over the realm and be able to make her mother proud.
Yes. I feel like in When Morning Comes, at least the like core 4 of An Impossible Dream, a lot of their happy endings have to do more with reclaiming pieces of themselves that they've lost. Elsby winds up with this amazing apothecary. She winds up with the ladies, Gilly and Sally, and that's more where her happy ending is focused. Or like Maybelle winds up having a bit of romance with Finley, but her whole thing is trying to get her family back together anyway.
Yeah.
And like even Sarah, where she winds up, of course, with Fra, and you've got Aiden, and there may or may not be other kids who are introduced. There is an element of reclaiming herself and her power, and I really feel like the idea of, like you were saying, about meeting an ambition is a happily ever after, and it doesn't have to be fulfillment through romance or even another person.
Yeah, exactly. Like a happy ending, I think that needs to be shown more. Like a happy ending, first of all, your happy ending could be no romance at all,
Right.
or it could also be, even though you do end up with somebody and have a family and you're happy, it's like that's not your only happy ending, like that's
Right.
might be a part of it because you love the person, you love your children, but it's like to have like a career or a goal or have something that you wanted fulfilled, and it's like that
Yeah.
can be part of your happy ending too. And I feel like that's not shown all the time. So much time people focus on romance, which is one thing I love about your stories, is that there's so much focus, even though there is romance like Sarah and Fra, but there's also more of a focus on friendships, which has always been more important to me. Maybe that's why I just love your series as much as I do, because like Seekers, I mentioned before, like even though there is romance introduced later on, like it definitely focuses more on the friendship of the main characters than anything.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's not shown very often. So when I find a series that focuses on something other than romance, it immediately becomes a favorite because I love it. And maybe it's because I'm Arrow Ace. Maybe it's because I think romance can be a little bit overutilized. I don't know. But I definitely think friendships and family relations are just as important, but they're just not shown as much as they should be.
I 100% agree with you, and I myself am not Arrow Ace, but I find a lot of power in the friendship narratives, especially. I'm a sucker for good community, but for me, the issue I normally have with romance is how much the initial character that I've come to love loses themselves. There's it feels like parts of themselves are stripped away for a romance, and I find it so frustrating, especially because it feels like when it oftentimes feels like women characters in particular sort of lose so much of what initially made them powerful
Yeah.
when romance is introduced. And especially with everything going on in the world right now, to have these stories that show, in particular for me at least, characters who are women who are able to have their power and end a story being powerful and unapologetic about their power,
Yes.
to reclaim themselves, or the idea of their happily ever after not necessarily being based on other people, being able to define themselves based off ruling the realm rather than I'm Jeremy's girlfriend or I'm even Henry's sister,
Yeah.
right? The idea that identity can be something that is something that is not defined by your role in somebody else's life, which is essentially further objectification. And it's something that your stories do so wonderfully is, even when there is the romantic aspect, the way they remain true to themselves. Like, oh my gosh, when it comes to Jolista in particular, it just, you have such power behind those elements of communication, and especially in that one novella where you were talking about when Callista is having this disagreement with Joan, and she's saying to Joan, look, I love you, but I can't hide pieces of myself. And it was just, look, if that's what you need to do, I respect it. I still love you, but I need to step away. And I thought the communication was just so amazing, and that sense of self was so amazing while bringing the two together. Because I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
I know, you're fine. I love hearing you talk.
It's for me, when you talk about soulmates, especially with the idea that it can be friends, is such an amazing thing. But I also love that it doesn't feel like two halves becoming whole. It feels like two wholes coming together.
Yeah, I like
And
that.
I think that's the piece that always feels slightly missed whenever anybody else tries to write that kind of stuff that you just capture so beautifully.
Thank you. That means a lot. I do feel like sometimes the talk of soulmates aren't done as well as they could be, because I don't like the idea of like two halves. Because you're saying like they're half a person until they come together. They're like two
Right.
full people. They just bring something to each other. It's not like they make the other better. It's like they just bring something to the other that they didn't have.
Right.
And there is this Netflix movie, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's called The Prom.
No, I haven't.
Well, it's about so this very small homophobic town decides to cancel the prom because the main character Emma wanted to bring her girlfriend, and so there's this whole council meeting about it, and they have to be inclusive, so they can't just throw her out and not let her attend, but they don't want gay people in the prom at the same time. So they decided to just cancel the prom. So everyone was mad at her. Everyone was blaming her for canceling the prom. And her girlfriend, she's the only one in this school that's out. Her girlfriend is in the closet because the main person that's trying to cancel the prom is her mother. So she's terrified to come out. And there's even a scene where they end up, because something really horrible happens, and they end up making two proms, one in a secret location and then one for Emma by herself. It's a really heart-wrenching scene because when she walks in and realizes what happens, it's also a musical, but it breaks my heart every time I watch that scene. And then after that, Emma and Alyssa end up breaking up. And I've seen people talk about how, oh, Emma was so wrong for trying to make Alyssa come out, or Alyssa was so wrong for like not standing up to her mom, blah blah blah. And it's like the point is that neither one of them was wrong. Alyssa had every right to be afraid to come out and to come out on her own time, but Emma was also right to not want to be with Alyssa because she didn't want to be anyone's secret anymore, and she was right for feeling that way. Like neither one of them was wrong, and I feel like it's a point that some people were missing in the movie. And I wanted it to be. I feel like that movie was a little bit of inspiration for that novella in particular, because I feel like it's very important to me that neither one of them was wrong. Joan was afraid to come out for very understandable reasons, and she should be able to come out when she's ready. You should always come out when you're ready.
Right.
But Kalista didn't want to be that secret. She didn't want to hide that part of herself anymore because she had to before, and she doesn't want to go back to that person. And so neither one of them were wrong for feeling the way they were feeling. They had to do what was best for themselves, no matter how much they loved each other.
And you did that so amazingly to show both sides, and the idea that you have this healthy communication with both of them where they're both heartbroken over what happened, but the idea of being like, this is where you're at, this is where I'm at, and it's just not the same place. Not that your place is wrong, but just we're not both at the same place anymore. And the healthy recognition of that, the healthiness of, I need to step away from this. I felt like that was so powerful, both in what they were dealing with, but in any relationship, to be able to recognize that, hey, something isn't working here anymore, and it's not that we don't love each other. It's just not where we're both at. We're at different places.
Yeah.
It's hard, but it's also very important. And I'm a big fan of when books can capture the reality of a situation, but also offer like growth for the reader as well. to show, a healthy display of communication in that, or to offer somebody the words where they otherwise might not have the words.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you liked it.
I like all your writing.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, there's several times where I'm dealing with like a heavy topic and I want to do it justice, and you're always afraid that you're not. And it's so nice to see a reader being able to empathize with it, be able to think, hey, you did a really well job with this really hard topic you dealt with.
Yeah,
I feel like you do amazing with some hard topics too.
thank you. Yeah, the self-doubt can really creep in with some of that stuff where you're like, I don't know if I'm overthinking or like,
Yeah. Yeah, I know people talk about like self-doubt and like wanting to give up writing, and I've never felt to like give up writing because I do write for myself and I don't think I could ever give it up, But I do understand feeling discouraged sometimes because I don't remember how last time I really had a sale or KU reads, and it's like it can be discouraging sometimes.
Oh, 100%. It can be hugely discouraging. And, sometimes, I'm with you on the idea of like, I couldn't give up writing. It's what keeps me sane. Well, sane might be a bit generous of a description for me, but it keeps me, functioning, sort of. Anyway, I totally understand the like discouragement of lack of sales in particular. And then what can also hit hard is when you have those moments when you put a book out there and a reader like doesn't connect with it for whatever reason, or picks up something that was never your intention, or like just can't understand what you were trying to say. And those are the moments where I'm just like, am I really that bad at writing?
Honestly, I love talking to you because I feel like you understand my writing. You always understand what I'm trying to say and you appreciate it, and it makes me feel like, oh my gosh, maybe I don't suck at this. Maybe somebody actually likes what I'm writing. And every time I talk to you after you read one of my novellas or one of my novels, I'm like, I feel so good about myself right now. You always end up making my whole month, honestly.
Oh well, I am so glad, and I'm glad I could repay it, because to be honest, the way you talk about my books, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm a writer. Like, I don't know, your support and your encouragement has meant the world to me, and I could not begin to tell you, put it into words, how much you mean in general. So just thank you.
And thank you. I've loved meeting you and being your friend and being able to talk about reading and writing in our books. And, we better read it for each other. We support each other. And it's been, I love having you as a friend. Like, you are amazing. And I've loved having to be able to know you.
Right back at you. All of that, just all back at you. It's
because I know you've been a great support to me, not just with writing, but like have been going through like a lot last several like months. Like last year was just not a good year for a lot of things, and I feel like you and Lucy were really there for me more than almost anybody else, and I really appreciate it.
well, you are wonderful, and I'm so sorry you've been going through all of that. Nobody should have to go through what you've been going through, and it's been an utter pleasure to be your friend. So anything I can ever do to help, I am more than happy to help, and just know that you've been a huge help to me too.
I'm glad. I always love talking to you, even if it's not about books or writing or whatever, and we're just chatting, whatever.
You're a lot of fun.
Thank you. So are you. Well, it is getting pretty late. It's
Yeah,
oh my gosh,
definitely.
it's 7 o'clock over here.
I've got a dog crying at me, so I should.
Yeah, and my food's almost here for dinner. So it's been amazing talking to you. I had fun with you, Adam, and Alyssa, and we have to do this again
Oh,
soon.
Absolutely, this has been a blast. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for putting this all together and hosting.
Of
You,
course,
the three of
anytime.
you, are always so much fun to be with.
Yes, definitely. And anyone that's still there watching, like I said before, that all of our Amazon author pages are in the description. Mine, Adam's, Alyssa's, and Ellie's. So you can find all of our books. Definitely check them out. They are amazing writers, amazing people. Definitely deserve all the sales in the world.
And you too. Your books are absolutely incredible. All of them are amazing. Cannot recommend them enough.
Thank you. I will chat with you soon.
Chat with you soon. Bye.
See ya.